He tried to reach out and touched it, and was surprised to find that the curtain of light was like mud. His hands squeezed through just like that. Ling Han's curiosity was too great. He almost didn't hesitate, and his whole body also squeezed in. After one step, he suddenly felt his body become light. The water pressure disappeared. This was an empty space, without a drop of water at all. Ling Han was surprised. He knew how terrifying the water pressure was, but this layer of light that he could easily pass through could actually block it. This was full of contradictions. Baby is suffocating to death. Tang Yun came out of the gourd and breathed heavily. After entering this space, the essence-nourishing gourd naturally replenished the air, and also let the little girl know that she had already left the bottom of the lake. She looked around and couldn't help but reveal a look of novelty, because there was a vast ocean around her, and in front of her was a huge palace. This was a scene that she never expected. Ling Han, where did you kidnap me to? Ling Han knocked lightly on her head, and said, No one abducted and sold you. As if. The little girl muttered. Since they were already here, they had to go take a look no matter what. Now they were in the square in front of the palace. The bricks were like white jade, so bright that they could almost be used as mirrors. Tang Yun took a step and almost slipped. This immediately piqued her interest, and she began to ice skate. Come and play. She giggled. No matter how mischievous she was still a child. Ling Han smiled, and he strode in the direction of the palace gate. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. After a few steps, Ling Han couldn't help but stop in horror, because the palace gate wasn't even the slightest bit closer. He looked back again, and found that he didn't move forward at all. What the hell was this? Ling Han stared at his own feet, and then walked again. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. His pace was normal. He looked back again, and still hadn't taken a step out. But wasn't the little girl skating? Wait a minute. Ling Han walked along the periphery of the palace, and sure enough, he immediately felt the change in his perspective. He could only walk in circles, and couldn't get close. Ling Han walked around the palace, but no matter which position he walked towards the palace gate, he couldn't move forward. He thought for a while, and came to a position directly facing the palace gate, and decided to fight to the death from here. Ling Han, this place is so strange. The little girl said, There's definitely a formation set up, but it's too brilliant, and I can't find any traces at all. Ling Han expressed his agreement. He activated his ocular technique, and couldn't find any traces of a formation. It could only be said that the person who set up this formation was too brilliant. Since that was the case, Ling Han decided to walk forward with a single thought. At most, it would just be a waste of time, but there might be amazing opportunities here, just for the strangeness of this square. He started to walk, but if he used the little girl beside him as a reference, he didn't move an inch at all. When he used imminent, yet worlds apart, it was the same. He could only see his body trembling, but his position didn't change. Ling Han stopped. The burden of imminent, yet worlds apart was too great, and he couldn't take it anymore. He just walked at a normal pace, and his eyes were sharp. After half a day, Tang Yun complained that she was hungry. Ling Han threw food to her for her to heat up, which made the little girl very dissatisfied, and she complained that Ling Han was abusing children. Ling Han had a feeling that this might be a test. Chapter 36:18. Ling Han believed in his own judgment. This was a test of his soul and willpower. If he wasn't resolute enough, then he could only look at the temple and sigh. He exploited the fruits of little Loli's labor and ate them in big mouthfuls. His feet didn't stop at all. This naturally made Tang Yun cry out in anger and almost rushed up to fight him. Fortunately, little Loli was still reasonable. But she thought that Ling Han's efforts were futile. Since he kept going in circles, how could he break the formation? Sigh, I met an idiot. She shrugged and licked the milk candy while watching Ling Han's performance. Ling Han didn't take it to heart. He just stuck to his initial judgment and followed his heart. A day passed quickly. Although the sun couldn't be seen here, with the optical computer, he naturally knew when it was almost sunrise. Ling Han had even stopped his cultivation. He was determined to stay here and fight. Ling Han, you are the #1 idiot in the world. The little Loli did not admire Ling Han's determination and tenacity in the slightest, and instead began to make sarcastic remarks. Ling Han only chuckled. After walking for a whole day, His body was a little tired, but he didn't have any intention of stopping. In the blink of an eye, another day passed. Little Loli was very dissatisfied. Why did she have to be responsible for cooking for her and Ling Han? She was still a baby, okay? But Ling Han completely became a shopkeeper who didn't have to do anything. She couldn't let herself starve to death, right? Stinky Ling Han, damn Ling Han, I want to make a paper doll and prick you every day, Tang Yuner muttered. 3 days, 4 days. After traveling continuously for 4 days without any rest or sleep, even with Ling Han's strong physique, he still felt tired and had an urge to lie down and sleep. But if he collapsed now, wouldn't all his previous efforts be wasted? Ling Han, you're really stubborn. Haven't you considered that this method is completely futile? You'll only waste more and more time. Little Loli couldn't take it anymore. It was too boring. There was nothing to do here, and she was always looking at the same scenery. She had already vomited. If it weren't for the fact that she couldn't withstand the water pressure, she would have already gone ashore. 6 days, 7 days, 8 days. Even though he wasn't fighting and was just running, Ling Han was still as tired as a dog. His breathing was like a bellows, and his clothes had long been soaked in sweat. His hair was also wet and stuck together. The soles of his shoes were already broken, and there were many blisters and even blood on the soles of his feet. His appearance could be said to be extremely tragic. Even so, Ling Han's eyes were still bright and his will was firm. In fact, his body had already reached its limit, and he was relying on his willpower to persevere. Ling Han gritted his teeth. His legs moved forward due to inertia, and he could no longer feel anything. In fact, Ling Han also knew that this might be a waste of effort, but after running for 3 days, he treated it as a form of training. This was a test of willpower. In a situation where there was no pressure of life and death, to see how far he could persevere. He believed that after this training, his willpower would become a lot stronger, and he would be able to stimulate all the power in his body, which would also be very beneficial to his cultivation. He had always been climbing his limits, and this was also a kind of limit. Running like this, the consumption of physical strength and mystical power was relatively small. But after running for 9 days, Ling Han's physical strength and mystical power were completely exhausted. If an enemy really came to him now, they could easily kill him. Unfortunately, who could go down to the bottom of a lake like this? If they could really go down, it would probably be a super powerful person like a venerable or even a saint. Even if Ling Han was in perfect condition, he would not be able to withstand a glance from that person. He was confident and dared to exhaust himself. He had no physical strength, no secret power, and even his mind power had been completely used up. Ling Han was now really relying on a tenacious will to move. He already had no way to activate his movement technique, and could only rely on his 2 legs to move mechanically. Little Loli was still laughing at him for the first few days, but she later shut her mouth. Even if she thought that Ling Han was wasting his life, seeing his tenacious willpower, she could only admire him. Such a person was worthy of respect. Oh my, although this guy doesn't have a divine body, nor is he an immortal seed, his willpower is too terrifying, Little Loli said secretly. It's really strange. How did he cultivate such powerful combat power, coupled with such willpower? It would be difficult for him not to become a powerful person. Ling Han's pace was getting slower and slower. His willpower was indeed tenacious, but after all, he was still flesh and blood, and he still had to be restricted by his body. Although limits were meant to be broken, there was still an end. He was about to reach the end now, step by step, and he was as slow as a turtle. But at this moment, Tang Yuner suddenly opened her mouth. She was extremely surprised to see that Ling Han was approaching the palace step by step. Fuck, he really can do it. Previously, whether Ling Han ran or walked, he did not move, but now he was actually approaching the palace. Really, he did it. The owner of this palace must also be a one-track-minded fool, Little Loli said with certainty. Ling Han himself did not feel anything at all. His mind was blank, and there was only one thought. Go, 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 go. The plaza was very big, but it was only about 300 meters wide. Ling Han's speed was very slow, step by step like a turtle, but he was still constantly approaching. About half an hour later, Ling Han arrived at the entrance of the palace. At this time, there was really no way to enter. Ling Han suddenly came to his senses. So I have already walked over. His heart relaxed, and he immediately fell forward. He let out a sound of snoring, and instantly fell asleep. At the same time he fell with a creak, the palace's door opened by itself. Ling Han, Ling Han. Little Loli called out from afar. She had no way of going over, and she was also not interested in running for 10 days to meet up with Ling Han. After such a long time, this guy must have crawled up. She did not believe that Ling Han would die. This guy was like a tenacious cockroach. After sleeping for a day and a night, Ling Han woke up. Pain, pain, pain. He could not help but grit his teeth. His whole body felt like it was falling apart, and when he propped himself up, the pain was indescribable. However, his essence, qi and spirit were extraordinarily exuberant, at least a lot stronger than before. He took out some medicine and treated himself, then turned to look at little Loli behind him, and shouted, "You wait there, I will go in and take a look. Even if you did not say, I did not intend to go in." Little Loli licked the milk candy, her face full of arrogance. Fat. Ling Han turned around and walked towards the palace. So cold. Ling Han could not help but shiver. He hurriedly stimulated the flame energy, but found that it was useless. This cold did not come from the flesh, but from the soul. It was as if he had entered the netherworld. Chapter 36:20. Ling Han was stunned. Fuck. This is crystal essence. How hard is this thing to fight? Even with Ling Han's strength and the help of the 7 milk babies, it would take him a few years to get one. However, there were quite a few here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There were a total of 6 water balls, which meant 6 crystal essences. Done. Ling Han was pleasantly surprised. He didn't expect that the crystal essences, which gave him a headache, would be settled in such a way. He hurriedly kept the crystal essences. He had already taken 6. It didn't matter that he didn't need so many. He could sell them. Just for these 6 crystal essences, this trip was worth it. Ling Han was even more expectant. What good things would there be in the second half of the palace? He no longer stared at those withered celestial medicines. He quickly entered the second half of the palace. Come on, use treasures to smash me to death. I don't mind. The second half of the palace was the same. The majestic bronze pillars stood tall. It was unknown how long they had existed, but they would exist forever. Black smoke came out. Ghosts were formed. The bronze pillars glowed and were easily destroyed. Ling Han couldn't even be bothered to look at them now. Anyway, once the light pillars twisted, the ghosts definitely wouldn't be able to survive. The palace was huge, but there was an end. However, before he reached the end, he saw a person standing in front of him. It was just a back view, but it was like a sun in the dark galaxy. It was incomparably dazzling and covered everything. He only felt the blood in his body boiling. An incomparably strong reverence rose in his heart. He wanted to kneel down and worship. Was this an ancestral king? Only a great emperor who ruled over the ages could have such power, right? Was he still alive? Ling Han forcefully suppressed the fear in his heart. This was a difference in the level of life. The other party was much, much stronger than him. He didn't even have the qualifications to compare. However, Ling Han could admit that he was weak. But in terms of spirit, he wouldn't lower his head. He gritted his teeth and insisted that he wouldn't kneel down. "Senior," he said with a trembling voice. It wasn't because he was afraid. It was because he couldn't control his muscles. The other party acted as if he didn't hear him. He still stood there. He was dressed in white and was as agile as an immortal. "Ignore me. Hang up anyway." Ling Han felt that the other party's condition was a bit strange. For an existence like this, the fire of life should be burning fiercely, and his vitality should be astonishing. But now, although he was dazzling, he lacked vitality. If the other party was still alive, he should be even more terrifying. He could destroy the world with a single thought. Ling Han moved his body with great difficulty. He couldn't get any closer. If he moved even a little bit closer, his skin would rupture. This wasn't a misconception, because he had tested it before. Just by moving a bit, there would be blood gushing out from his body. If he moved even a bit further, he believed that his body would explode. So what if he cultivated his physique with 7 bones and 7 veins? In front of such an existence, he was nothing but trash. Was this really an ancestral king? Ling Han moved to the other side. Although he wasn't close to the man in white, he could see the man's face from this angle. This was a middle-aged man who looked to be in his 40s. He was incomparably handsome, and even with his eyes closed, he had an indescribable domineering aura, as if he was the center of the world, and there was no one else but him. However, this was really a dead person, with no vitality. See, even a dead person was so powerful. It was impossible to get close to him. He could explode a person alive. Just at this moment, the man's lips curled up slightly, revealing a smile. Damn, what the hell? No, the corpse came to life. Ling Han was startled, but the man in white was dissipating like smoke. His body was like dust, scattering layer by layer, returning to the world. A voice rang out in Ling Han's consciousness. It was like a great bell, but also like the beginning of the universe, and the great Tao was passed down. My name is Wu Qingxiu. In order to pursue the path of Emperor, I racked my brains and found this palace of Great Emperor Wuya. The more I understand Great Emperor Wuya's achievements, the more I admire him. Thus, I decided to stay here and guard the coffin of Great Emperor Wuya. Although I can't become an emperor, my heart has no regrets. Ling Han was dumbfounded. This man in white wasn't an ancestral king, but someone who wanted to become an ancestral king. Ancestral kings were also known as great emperors and sacred emperors. They weren't emperors like Chen Fengyan, but emperors of martial art who suppressed all experts in the world. However, despite having such great ambitions, Wu Qingxiu himself was an incomparably powerful existence. Yet, because he came into contact with Great Emperor Wuya's life experiences, he gave up on the idea of becoming an emperor and was willing to guard the coffin. Venerable. Sage? Most likely a sage. Otherwise, he wouldn't be qualified to pursue the path of emperor. This was too exaggerated. Was the glory of a great emperor so dazzling that it could even make a sage give up on the decision of becoming an emperor? Even if Wu Qingxiu didn't give up, the possibility of him becoming an emperor was infinitely zero. What exactly did this great Emperor Wuya do when he was alive? He actually made a sage endure the loneliness of eternity in this god-forsaken place and grow old alone for the rest of his life. The great emperor set up this palace in order to suppress a Yin eye in the world, to prevent ghosts from coming out and harming the world. However, even a great emperor can't fight against the vicissitudes of time. At this moment, it has already been hundreds of millions of years since the great emperor left behind this palace. Even the emperor's mark has started to fade. I used my entire life's effort to barely strengthen the emperor's mark. It should be able to last for another 10 million years. The person who came later, since you were able to come here, it means that your wisdom, willpower, and potential are all top-notch. You have a chance of becoming a sage in the future. If you become a sage, I hope that you can come here again and strengthen the emperor's mark. The great emperor left behind a fortuitous encounter here. Because I'm determined to guard the coffin here for the rest of my life, I didn't take it and left it for you to use. Wu Qingxiu's voice became weaker. After saying a few more words, he finally disappeared. Ling Han was speechless for a long time. He was filled with admiration for Wu Qingxiu. Sages, there were only a few of them in the world, and they were pitifully few. Apart from the ancestral king, they were the most powerful. As for the ancestral king, there could only be one in an era. Therefore, sages were equivalent to standing at the peak of the world. Such a powerful cultivator was willing to guard the coffin here. On one hand, he admired great Emperor Wuya, and on the other hand, he wanted to suppress the Eye of Yin. How could such a breadth of mind not be respected? Wu Qingxiu had completely turned into nothingness. He had used all his power to strengthen the emperor's mark. Now that his obsession was gone, his entire being had disappeared. With a person gone and his path empty, there was naturally no pressure. Ling Han immediately recovered. He sighed inwardly. There would always be people who did great things in the world, and those who came later could only admire them. However, if it were him, he wouldn't choose to do the same as Wu Qingxiu. Instead, he would work hard to become an ancestral king and kill his way into the Eye of Yin to solve the problem once and for all. Of course, even great Emperor Wuya only left a palace to suppress it. This Eye of Yin would be extremely difficult to plow. Ling Han walked forward. Great Emperor Wuya was very broad-minded and left an extremely precious treasure for the latter. In front of him, there was a fist-sized piece of dark golden metal on a stone table. Streaks of chaotic aura dripped down from it. Each strand was extremely heavy, comparable to a star. Lightning flashed as if it could split the sky and earth. End of chapter. Chapter 36-21. This was not an exaggeration. Because this was mother gold, a precious material used by the ancestral kings. Every ancestral monarch would search for mother gold after achieving the Tao and forge their own weapons. They were called sovereign weapons, imperial weapons, or ancestral artifacts. Mother gold was the general name for this material. There were many types, such as fairy tears gold, infinite dark iron, and mysterious earth source chi. But each material was extremely rare, and there was only one in the world. Even an ancestral king might not find a piece of mother gold in his lifetime. This was not due to lack of strength, but luck. However, Great Emperor Wuya had obtained 2 pieces of mother gold. One was obtained in his early years and was forged into a monarch weapon, the Extreme Path Sword. The other was obtained in his later years and was never forged into a monarch weapon. Instead, he left it here and gave it to someone who was fated with it. In reality, mother gold was also divided into high and low grades, but the difference was very small. This mother gold was ranked in the top 10 of all mother gold. There was no specific ranking in the top 10. They were all extremely precious. This mother gold was called Chaotic Extreme Thunder. Legend had it that it was formed in chaos and was hammered by heavenly thunder for countless years in the pool of lightning. Only then did it become the size of a fist. There was no need to worry about not having enough. Once the mother gold was cast into a weapon, it could be enlarged or shrunk at will. The only difference was that the larger the original size of the mother gold, the stronger the weapon would be after it was cast. But mother gold was too rare. Every time one appeared, it was about the size of a fist. There was no difference. Ling Han's heart pounded. He was only at the enlightenment state, not even on the path of immortality. Yet he had obtained a mother gold that could be forged into a weapon exclusive to an ancestral king. Keep it. Ling Han walked over. Following the method Wu Qingxiu taught him, he stored the mother gold in his spatial artifact. This was only the primitive mother of gold and had not been forged into a weapon. Otherwise, he would not have been able to collect it so easily. If it had been forged by the ancestral king himself, then once it was unleashed, a wisp of its aura would be enough to shatter a saint's body and kill him. An ancestral weapon, in a sense, represented an ancestral king. An ancestral king's lifespan was limited, but ancestral weapons were everlasting. Even after putting away the mother gold, Ling Han still felt like he was in a dream. This harvest was so great that he could not believe it. Who would believe that I already have a piece of mother gold before I even set foot on the path to immortality? Ling Han murmured. I'm sure that even the son of an ancestral king or the daughter of a great emperor doesn't have the right to enjoy such treatment. Mother gold was too rare. Even the strongest ancestor kings in the world could only obtain 1 piece of mother gold in their lifetime. Some might not even get one. Emperor Wuya's luck was heaven-defying. In addition to the mother gold, there was also a jade bottle on the table, half filled with water. That's innate Tao water. What's it for? An environment that could resist extreme heat. Before the mother gold was forged into a weapon, it was extremely sturdy. Even if all the saints in the world worked together, they would not be able to break a corner of it. They had to go to a place where the heavenly flame was burning to forge it. The heavenly Tao flame could burn sages to death. If Ling Han were to go now, he would be courting death. But as long as he consumed the innate Tao water, he would be able to suppress the heavenly Tao flame and complete the forging of the mother gold. Emperor Wuya was very thoughtful. Not only did he give the mother gold, he even prepared the materials needed to forge it. This ancestral weapon had to be forged by himself. Only with a trace of his soul would he be able to connect with the weapon and command it as he wished. Senior, don't worry. Since I've obtained this fortune, I will bear the corresponding responsibility. In the future, when I cultivate the great Tao, I will definitely wipe out this Enai and eliminate all future troubles. Ling Han said. He had made a Tao oath, so he would definitely fulfill it. He bowed towards the end of the palace, thanking Emperor Wuya for leaving him a piece of mother gold. This favor from a lifetime ago was too much. Ling Han walked back and quickly returned to the garden. He then left the front hall and came to the square. In the distance, the little girl was sitting on the ground, bored. She didn't even lick the milk candy. She had probably eaten too much and lost her appetite. Ling Han walked back to the edge of the square and easily walked over. He didn't need to walk for another 10 days. Let's go back, he said. What did you get? The little girl's eyes widened. She was also a curious baby. Ling Han smiled faintly and took out a crystal origin. There's actually crystal inside. Tang Yun-er's face was full of surprise, but she immediately replied with an "Oh. This is the frigid water lake. It's not strange for there to be crystal inside the palace. At least you didn't waste 10 days of running." Ling Han let out a hop and put the little girl into the energy-nourishing gourd, preparing to leave. He didn't say anything about the mother gold. It wasn't that he didn't trust the little girl, but that the mother gold was really too precious. Tang Yun-er might not have any evil thoughts, but what if she let it slip and others found out? This was a treasure that even saints were tempted by. Even if it couldn't become an ancestral weapon without the ancestral king's methods, it would still be a top-notch saint weapon made by a saint. It was enough to be invincible among saints. For such a secret, the fewer people who knew, the better. Ling Han took a deep breath, then stepped out of the screen of light. Instantly, an endless pressure assaulted him, causing even his bones to creak. "Let's go." He quickly floated up, and after about 10 minutes, white appeared above. He was almost at the top. With a splash, Ling Han broke through the water surface. It didn't matter if there was no floating ice. He had already been inspired. His feet quickly stepped on the water surface, providing him with buoyancy and allowing him to stand on the water surface. Ling Han identified the direction and walked quickly. In just half an hour, he arrived at the shore. Ling Han disguised himself and waited to meet the milk babies. It just so happened that 3 days later was the agreed time to meet. In addition to cultivation, Ling Han was looking for where to find the heavenly flame. It wasn't on the Moonlight Star, so he had to go to a super large star where the ancestral king could achieve enlightenment. Ling Han asked the little girl about it. Coincidentally, she came from such a large star. The problem was that Tang Yun-er didn't want to go back at all. "There's no hurry. I'm only at the enlightenment realm now. Even with the help of the connate Tao water, it's hard to escape death if I enter the land of the heavenly flame. I have to enter the celestial path first. Okay, I'll refine the 5 elements fortune pill now and break through the celestial path. I'll just pretend that I didn't get the source gold." 3 days later, the milk babies returned one after another. When they learned that Ling Han had obtained the crystal element, they were naturally happy for him. They were also liberated and didn't have to search for water elemental creatures every day. It was extremely boring. "Dad, where are we going now?" second baby asked. "To collect some interest," Ling Han said lightly. He had almost been killed by the Pang and Lei families. He had to take revenge. Although it was because of them that he had obtained the source gold, that was 2 different things. Chapter 36-22. How do you want to take revenge? Tang Yun-er asked. "First, don't expect me to help you. You're not cute at all." Ling Han smiled. "I don't need your help. Hey, do you really think you can rival a life core realm force?" Little Lolita was very surprised. Under the absolute suppression of strength, Ling Han couldn't compete with the Lei and Pang families no matter what method he used. Ling Han shook his finger. "Little girl, don't just think about fighting and killing all day long. I'm such a smart person. Do you think I only know how to fight head-on?" Tang Yun-er immediately revealed an excited expression. "Then, are you going to set a fire?" Hearing the word "set a fire," the 7 children became excited at the same time. This was very fun. Ling Han's forehead was full of black lines. What's wrong with children nowadays? He shook his head. "I'm not setting a fire." "Then, how are you going to take revenge?" Tang Yun-er was puzzled. Ling Han smiled and took out a crystal. He smiled and said, "I'm going to sell this crystal to the Pang family." "Handsome, uncle, are you confused?" Tang Yun-er stretched out her small hand and pressed it on Ling Han's forehead. "Strange, it's not hot. How did it burn into an idiot?" Ling Han unhappily pushed her hand away and said, "What are you doing?" "Uncle, the Pang family originally wanted to use the 5 elements crystal to refine the 5 elements fortune pill. But you brought the crystal to their door. Aren't you helping them?" Tang Yun-er looked at him as if she was looking at an idiot. "Uncle, you've suffered too much. You've become stupid." Ling Han shook his head. The so-called genius of the Pang family wants to reach the peak of his life, so the Pang family definitely won't refuse this crystal. "It's over." Little Lolita hugged her head. This handsome big brother had already gone mad. The 7 milk babies came to their senses. They had followed Ling Han for a very long time, and naturally had no lack of understanding of Ling Han's personality. "Father, Are you trying to tamper with this crystal? Asked the eldest child. When the Pang family gathers the 5-element crystal essence and refines the 5-element fortune pill, that idiot from the Pang family will eat it. Not only will he not be able to break through the shackles in his body, but he will also be in big trouble. Second baby clapped his hands. When the time comes, father will reveal his identity. The Pang family will know that they were tricked by father. They will definitely die of anger, the invisible sixth baby said. Daddy is indeed a scammer, the proud third brother concluded. Ling Han laughed. That was indeed what he thought. Tang Yuner was depressed. Her IQ was even lower than a milk baby now. How could she be the big sister of the milk babies in the future? Ling Han, how are you going to do something to the crystal yuan? Do you think the Pang family won't check it? She poured cold water on him. This was indeed a problem. Ling Han nodded and said, I already have an idea, but I don't know if it will work. He wanted to inject destructive energy into the crystal yuan, but he wrapped it with his own will and didn't use it immediately. When he was refining the 5-element fortune pill, the destructive energy would surge out and directly destroy the pill. Of course, it would be even better if he could give the Pang family's genius some fake medicine. In the next few days, Ling Han rushed to the Pang family's ancestral land while studying the crystal yuan. He wanted to know what method he should use. The crystal yuan was no different from a drop of water, but it was very condensing and wouldn't shatter. However, it couldn't be broken either. Once it was broken, it could still condense, but a large amount of essence would be lost, which would affect the effect of the pill. Lose the essence. No, this could be seen clearly from the outside. If he did something like this, the Pang family would definitely find out. Or I can concoct a drop of medicine that can perfectly fuse with the crystal yuan. Thoughts flew through Ling Han's mind. Injecting destructive energy was the last resort. He would only use this move if all other methods were useless. He began to search for information to concoct such a medicine. With his level of alchemy, there was still hope for it. Thus, he stopped in a small city for 2 days and successfully concocted a drop of liquid. Condensing agent can prolong the time of refining pills. It's originally used in alchemy, but adding a condensing agent under inappropriate circumstances will destroy the effect of alchemy. I used 3 methods to fuse it with the crystal yuan. Even if you cut it open and study it carefully, you won't be able to see it unless you have profound alchemy skills. Hee, this is a lesson for you. Don't ever offend an alchemist. Ling Han revealed a satisfied smile. He had already fused the condensing agent with the crystal yuan. Next, he had to find a way to sell it to the Pang family. This was extremely simple. Ling Han arrived at Qingling City. This was where the Pang family's ancestral land was. In this city, the Pang family was also the absolute ruler. After changing his appearance, Ling Han went to the local auction house and took out the crystal yuan, indicating that he wanted to auction it. This naturally shocked the auction house. Crystal yuan. Ordinary secret realm cultivators had to fight for hundreds of years, and they had to ensure that they did not die and stay in the frigid water lake all the time to obtain it. How precious was it? Experts on the immortal path naturally did not care about it, but for secret realm cultivators, it was extremely precious. It could unlock more shackles and break through to the limits of the mortal realm. Especially for geniuses, it was indescribably precious. Unfortunately, there was only one crystal yuan. If there were other crystal yuan of the 5 elements, the price could be pushed even higher if they were sold together. The auction house immediately said that they would start the auction as soon as possible and use this crystal yuan as the finale. Ling Han waited in the city for 2 days before someone from the Pang family came to find him. It was a middle-aged man who directly barged into the courtyard that Ling Han had booked, his face full of pride. Kid, I heard that you auctioned a crystal yuan. He looked down at Ling Han. Go and cancel the auction. I want it. Ling Han had already put the 7 children and Tang Yun into the spirit-nourishing gourd to avoid exposing his identity. He deliberately showed a puzzled expression and said, Sir, if you need the crystal yuan, you can participate in the auction. As long as you have enough wealth, you can naturally obtain it. You don't want to sell it to me? The middle-aged man said coldly. Ling Han shook his head. I've already handed it over to the auction house. If I suddenly cancel it, wouldn't I be a dishonest person? Do you know who I am? The middle-aged man said coldly. You must be a dog of the Pang family. Otherwise, how could you be so arrogant? That was what Ling Han said in his heart, but his face showed a blank expression. Who are you? My name is Pang Li, the Pang of the Pang family, the middle-aged man said proudly. Ling Han sneered in his heart. It was just a secret realm cultivator. What was there to be arrogant about? But it made sense. Even if the Pang family was a life-state pill force, there were not many experts on the immortal path. Most of them were definitely clansmen in the mortal realm. He smiled. So you're from the Pang family. Sorry for the disrespect. However, I still say the same thing. I can't be a person who breaks his promise. Chapter 36-24. When the tree ant collapsed, there was a ray of light near its roots. Upon closer inspection, it was actually a drop of green liquid that was pitifully small. Wood essence. Ling Han put away the wood essence and continued to search for new tree ants. He had thought that tree ants were plant type and indifferent, which was why he did not directly attack them. Killing them without rhyme or reason was not in line with Ling Han's way of doing things. But now that the tree ants were so fierce, Ling Han could kill them without any psychological burden. He searched for new tree ants and then attacked without hesitation. After half a day, he had gained quite a lot, but this efficiency could not compare to that of Extreme Flame Valley. It was much better than Frigid Lake, but he had a fortuitous encounter at Frigid Lake, and it had only taken him 2 months. If it was here, it might take 4 months, or even longer. Ling Han could only hope that he could find a tree ant king and gain a lot in one go. The next day, when the sun rose, Ling Han first caught the little lowly to cultivate with him, and then they ate. This happened to be a cultivation node for him. This time, he had opened another 9 acupoints, and his cultivation path had taken another step forward. Ling Han continued to move. Of course, killing monsters was a very boring thing, but he had no choice. In order to become stronger in the future, he had to endure the boredom and loneliness. Brat, stop. Not long after he started walking, someone called out to him. The other party was a middle-aged man in his 40s. He held a knife in his hand and had a fierce look on his face. Hand over the wood essence or die. The man waved the knife in his hand. Ling Han revealed a strange smile. You really want to rob me? Cut the crap, ah. After a while, the middle-aged man cried. That goddamn brat had not only robbed him clean, he had even stripped him naked and hung him on a tree. As long as someone showed themselves, they could admire his little sparrow. How embarrassing. Ling Han decided to go and rob others as well. This was the only way to quickly become rich and powerful. Also, the one who was fighting the tree ants here was hired by the Pang family. He started to get busy. Whenever he saw a tree man, he would beat up a tree man. Whenever he saw a martial artist, he would rob them. Sometimes, he would even fight a demonic beast. His life was really colorful. In the blink of an eye, 20 days had passed. While Ling Han had harvested a lot of wood essence, he had also opened 63 apertures. He shuttled through the forest, looking for prey. He discovered that there was an incomparably tall tree in front of him. It was at least 1,000 feet tall, and its huge canopy was open. Even in this forest, it was like a crane among chickens. Tree Ant King Ling Han couldn't help but rejoice. There really was such an existence. Don't even think about it, a cold voice rang out. Ling Han turned his head and saw that not far to his right, there was a young man standing with a sword on his back. His hands were behind his back, and he looked very pretentious. Although Ling Han also liked to show off, he was naturally unhappy when he saw others doing it. Did your family plant this tree? Ling Han asked. Don't be so glib, the sword-bearing man said indifferently. This is a 1,000-year-old tree. It's not something you can deal with. Don't throw your life away. Just watch from the side. Once I kill this 1,000-year-old locust tree and take its heart, you'll naturally be able to obtain its wood essence. Oh, he was taking care of me. Ling Han looked at the tree. It was actually a 1,000-year-old monster. He smiled. Since it has lived for 1,000 years, it is clearly very good at staying alive. You might not be able to deal with it. Humph. You don't need to worry about that. The sword-bearing man strode towards the 1,000-year-old tree. He drew his sword, and a powerful aura circulated around him. It was very extraordinary. Swish! At that moment, a black shadow actually smashed down from the tree towards the sword-bearing man. Ling Han looked carefully. It was a fruit. Was the old tree attacking first to gain the upper hand? The sword-bearing man naturally saw it as well. He drew his sword. Shwa, sword light flashed, and the fruit was cut in half. However, this was only the beginning. Hong! The two halves of the fruit suddenly exploded. Under the wild surge of energy, the sword-bearing man was instantly sent flying, coughing up blood. Fuck, what was this? An exploding fruit? Ling Han could not help but think of Misty Peak. The vegetable fields there also had such exploding fruits. Watermelons, loofah, grapes, all of them had become extremely destructive weapons. He had not expected to encounter it here again. If this really was a 1,000-year-old tree, then it could be imagined what kind of killer move it would evolve into. Squeak, squeak, squeak. A purple squirrel appeared on the trunk of the old tree. Its two front paws held a fruit, and it was squeaking downwards, an extremely angry expression on its face. Huh, could the fruit just now have been thrown by this squirrel? Wait a minute. Ling Han was a little confused. Wasn't this a locust tree? Why was a squirrel on a locust tree? Didn't it eat pine nuts? Had it changed its diet? Xiao, the purple squirrel raised its two little paws high up, and then smashed downwards. The fruit was thrown towards the sword-bearing man. Having suffered once, the sword-bearing man naturally would not repeat the same mistake. He hurriedly leaped up, dodging the throw. Boom! The fruit smashed onto the ground, instantly forming a huge explosion. Terrifying energy surged wildly, and even Ling Han, who was standing very far away, was affected. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The purple squirrel jumped up and down, as if saying, "This is my territory, don't even think about invading it." Was this throw and the exploding fruit the reason why the old locust tree could live for 1,000 years without being toppled? The sword-bearing man snorted. He attacked again, his body moving like a dragon. Xiao, xiao, xiao. The little squirrel kept smashing the fruits down, but not a single one hit him. Just as he was about to climb up the tree, a terrifying scene appeared. At least 100 fruits smashed down at the same time. This was practically a rain of fruits, densely packed, and there was no way to dodge at all. The sword-bearing man hurriedly turned around and quickly retreated. Boom, boom, boom. The fruits exploded, forming a resplendent tide of energy. On the tree, little squirrels emerged one after another. A count showed that there were at least 100 of them. Just now, it was they who had smashed the fruits together, forcing the sword-bearing man to retreat. However, other than the first squirrel, the others had gray fur, making the purple squirrel stand out. Could it be some kind of mutant? I mean, do you need help? Ling Han asked the sword-bearing man. No need, the sword-bearing man said through gritted teeth. Then we'll go our separate ways. Ling Han naturally wouldn't listen to the other party. He leaped out and rushed towards the old locust tree. I said, watch from the side, the sword-bearing man shouted loudly, chasing after Ling Han. Ling Han smiled faintly and swung his fist at the sword-bearing man. Boom! Surging energy surged, incomparably terrifying. The sword-bearing man was shocked. He hadn't expected Ling Han's strength to be so great. He struck out with a wave of sword chi to neutralize the attack. Pooh! His sword-bearing technique was quite profound, and he was able to forcibly split apart the fist force. However, Ling Han had already fled to the front. Chapter 36-25. Xiao, xiao, xiao. The squirrels also attacked Ling Han, throwing countless fruits at him. Ling Han made his move. His hands danced, and a gentle force immediately supported the fruit. Then, he threw it to the side. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of explosions rose and fell, but not a single fruit exploded beside Ling Han. The swordsman's eyelids twitched involuntarily. Ling Han looked relaxed, but he needed to have perfect control over his strength to be able to support the fruit with a gentle force. Otherwise, the slightest mistake would cause the fruit to explode. To be able to control power to such a perfect degree, this person was simply a monster. He quickly pulled himself together and attacked as well. Ling Han was already close to the trunk of the tree. With a leap, he stepped on the trunk of the tree. Xiao, xiao, xiao. He rushed toward the crown of the tree. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The squirrels were anxious and threw the fruits even faster. Ling Han kept striking out with his palms. Gentle energy surged as he delivered one fruit after another. Where do you think you're going? The sword-bearing man roared from below. A few of the fruits Ling Han had neutralized were now flying towards him. Ling Han couldn't help but laugh. Sorry, it wasn't on purpose. I think you did it on purpose. The sword-bearing man's heart was filled with frustration. He was certain that Ling Han had the ability to control the direction in which the fruits were thrown, but a few of them just happened to be thrown at him. This was definitely intentional. Unfortunately, he had no evidence to blame. And who asked him to follow behind Ling Han? Actually, he could go around to the other side of the tree, but if he did that, he would definitely have to endure even more attacks from the fruits. Unlike now, with Ling Han attracting all the firepower, he only needed to pay attention to the fruits that Ling Han accidentally threw over. The choice was naturally simple. Ling Han was already close to the treetop. With a squeak, all the squirrels scattered. He couldn't help but stare blankly. Weren't you guys all fierce before? Why are you all so timid now? Ling Han stood on a branch. Although it was only a branch, it was still extremely thick and solid. The little squirrels had already fled out of sight, and Ling Han had no interest in chasing after these cowards. Xiao, the sword-bearing man, also leaped up. He looked at Ling Han with a very complicated gaze. At first, he looked down on Ling Han, but in the blink of an eye, he had to rely on Ling Han's strength to get up the tree, which made him feel a little embarrassed. To think that he was a Foundation establishment powerhouse. I owe you a favor, he said. After a pause, he added, My name is Shen Hanyun. Ling Han did not even turn his head, and merely nodded. He found it strange. If there was only the squirrel army's fruit-smashing attack, although it was powerful, could it protect the old locust tree and allow it to live for thousands of years? Boom! Just at this moment, the trunk of the tree suddenly shook violently, and a huge force surged out, causing Ling Han to fall from the trunk of the tree. What was going on? Not only Ling Han, but Shen Hanyun was also the same. She was also shaken off the trunk of the tree. Bang! Bang! Both of them fell to the ground. Fortunately, with their strength, falling from a height of 1,000 feet was not enough to injure them. Neither of them became angry because of this. Instead, they stared blankly ahead. That old locust tree had already been uprooted. Its huge crown actually twisted and changed shape. Countless branches intertwined with each other, forming a dozen or so incredibly thick arms. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The little squirrels poked their heads out from between the branches and leaves. They were all very excited. The old tree had shown its might. This time, it would be able to annihilate all the invaders. Boom! The old tree attacked. It swatted out two huge arms at Ling Han and Shen Hanyun. Ling Han, on the other hand, felt relieved. The old locust tree could live for thousands of years because it itself had great strength, and did not rely solely on the help of the little squirrels. And its attack meant that its trump card had been revealed. Ling Han raised his fist, and met the old locust tree head-on. Boom! With a single strike, Ling Han was instantly gone. He had been forcefully smashed into the soil. Meanwhile, Shen Hanyun slashed out with her sword. Boom! There was a flash of flames. This was a huge threat to the treant, and the old tree withdrew its arms in time. However, when the force swept past, it formed a strong hurricane that extinguished the high-level flame energy. Good heavens, this uncle tree's strength is really thick. Ling Han emerged from the soil. Although he was no match for the old locust tree's strength, his body was too powerful. This attack only caused his chi and blood to boil slightly, and was far from being able to injure him. Shwa, shwa, shwa. The old locust tree shook its body. Instantly, hundreds of fruits fell at the same time, like rain, extremely dense. Run! Shen Hanyun exclaimed, and hurriedly dodged. If his cultivation had not been suppressed, then no matter how powerful the old locust tree was, he could easily kill it with a single strike of his sword. But now, he had to be careful, or he might lose his life here. Ling Han also did not dare to take it head-on. The damage caused by the fruit's explosion was far more terrifying than the old tree's direct attack. The two of them dodged, and just as they dodged, the old locust tree swatted them again. This old tree's attack was actually quite methodical. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Ling Han snorted. He drew on the destructive energy. In any case, with the black mass of palm swatting towards them, Shen Hanyun could not see what was happening on his side. Bang! The palm swatted down, and Ling Han disappeared once again, slammed into the soil. But in just an instant, the old locust tree retreated again and again. All the leaves on the tree trembled, and quite a few even fell. It seemed to have suffered great damage. The palm that it had used to hit Ling Han had a hole in it, and with that as the center, all the leaves around it turned yellow. The destructive energy was too terrifying, and even the 1,000-year-old locust tree could not withstand it. Shen Hanyun was dumbfounded. What was going on? How did Ling Han suddenly become so ferocious? Ling Han took advantage of the situation to pursue. He had already taken out the heavenly pattern jade, and its weight was completely compressed. He struck out. 14 times the speed of sound. The old locust tree's defense was extremely high. This kind of creature had a common characteristic, and that was that it could withstand extremely powerful attacks without even feeling the slightest pain. The best way to deal with them was to cut them in half with a sharp weapon, and the second was to burn them with a fierce fire. However, the heavens were fair. While the Trey ants were given extremely high defense, they also had the disadvantage of moving slowly. Even if it was a 1,000-year-old locust tree, its speed was not very high. At the very least, it could not dodge an attack that was 14 times the speed of sound. The heavenly pattern jade struck over, and the old locust tree could only use its branches to block it. Pong, pong, pong. But it was unable to block it. 1, 2, 3. More than a dozen of its arms were all smashed through, and under the tremendous force, these arms were even torn off. But thanks to the obstruction of these arms, the heavenly pattern jade's momentum was finally exhausted. The Trent's defense was clearly powerful. Ling Han was also astonished. He had actually not been able to kill it with a single strike. Then let's try again. He rushed out and used the demon monkey fist, attacking at a frequency of 70 gravity. Chapter 36-26. The old locust tree was indeed very powerful. As a wood spirit, it was born with powerful defense, and it had lived for 1,000 years. Though it could not break through to the immortal path, it could be said to be at the top level in the secret-seeking realm. Before it, not just 1-star geniuses, but even 2-star geniuses might not be able to win. But the problem was, Ling Han was a genius that surpassed 4-star geniuses. Moreover, he had too many tricks up his sleeve. Heavenly pattern jade, destructive energy, frequency attacks. Any one of them was enough to raise one's battle prowess by a large margin. Now that he was using all of them on a single person, how terrifying was that? The old locust tree could not withstand it anymore, and broke into a run. On the canopy, the little squirrels were also squeaking, and some even covered their eyes with their little claws. This human was too terrifying. How could there be such a monster? Shan Hanyun was also somewhat dumbfounded. He had not expected Ling Han to become so powerful in such a short time. But his reaction was also very fast, and he immediately intercepted the old locust tree. He had to obtain the 1,000-year tree heart. Sword light slashed out, and he went all out. The old locust tree was evidently extremely afraid of Ling Han, and actually chose to take Shan Hanyun's attack head-on, unwilling to stop, and ran away as fast as he could. The sword light struck the body of the old locust tree, and its powerful defense was immediately put on display. This strike had left a deep gash on its body, but to its thick and sturdy trunk, this deep gash was completely insignificant. Shen Hanyun roared angrily, and his long sword pointed out repeatedly, unleashing a powerful attack. Leopard lunge. Sword chi shot out, and actually transformed into a black leopard, striking towards the old locust tree. But after unleashing this attack, Shen Hanyun's face also became deathly pale. This move was too much of a burden on him. One had to know that even if he recovered his foundation establishment cultivation, this attack could only be used a few times, let alone in the secret-seeking realm. It made his organs and lungs boil, and it was indescribably uncomfortable. But the power of this attack could not be underestimated. The black leopard was like an ancient monster, and under the impact, even the old locust tree staggered and fell to the ground. Ling Han caught up, and the demon monkey fist struck out again. However, he did not use the destruction energy this time. This was more than enough. How powerful was an attack of 70% gravity? With one strike, the old locust tree's leaves fell like rain. Of course, there were also fruits that fell one after another. This was still quite dangerous, and its destructive power was extremely great. Even Ling Han had to avoid it, not daring to take it head-on with his physique. It was really not worth it. Shen Hanyun did not remain idle either. She continuously launched attacks from the side, and the might of her attacks could not be underestimated. She caused quite a bit of trouble for the large locust tree. After a few dozen moves, the big pagoda tree was finally unable to hold on any longer and was blasted into two halves. Squeak! The squirrels on the tree immediately scurried away. Only when they reached a safe place did they turn around and stare angrily at Ling Han and Shen Hanyun. The purple squirrel, in particular, had an unusually rich expression on its face. Shen Hanyun took a deep breath and said, "Although I know this is a bit excessive, I still have to say it. I need the 1,000-year tree heart." "You shouldn't be here for the 1,000-year tree heart, but for the wood crystal yuan, right?" He paused for a moment before continuing. Ling Han nodded. "That's right. Then it's easy," said Shen Hanyun. "I'll use my wood crystal yuan to exchange for it." "Oh." Ling Han was surprised. She actually had wood crystal yuan? Was this for real? Shen Hanyun explained. "This isn't my first time coming to the Ironwood Forest. The last time I was here, I killed a lot of wood elementals and collected a lot of wood essence. In addition, I was robbed by some people, so I collected a lot of wood essence from them. I just happened to be able to make a portion of wood crystal yuan." Ling Han thought for a moment, then said, "All right, I'll trade. However, I didn't bring any wood crystal yuan with me." "You'll need to come back with me," said Shen Hanyun. "It wouldn't take more than a few months to make a trip, so it was still worth it." "All right." Ling Han nodded. If she was going to go back on her word, then he could still let Tang Yun come out. With the power of her battle armor, she could rival a Foundation establishment cultivator. Shen Hanyun was overjoyed and quickly went to dig out the tree heart. A 1,000-year-old locust tree had a majestic life force. Its tree heart also had a strong vitality, making it an excellent tonic. Of course, this could only be used to supplement a mortal body. Otherwise, Shen Hanyun wouldn't be the only one eyeing the 1,000-year-old locust tree. They arrived at the outskirts of the forest. After waiting for 2 days, the milk babies returned one after another. When they learned that Ling Han had quickly obtained another portion of wood crystal yuan, they were all very surprised. His father's luck was too good. To be on the safe side, Ling Han let 6th baby stay in the forest to safeguard the wood essence. He didn't want this trip to be in vain and their previous efforts to be in vain. It was necessary to be on guard. Shen Hanyun couldn't see 6th baby anyway, so it wouldn't cause any awkwardness. They left the Ironwood Forest and hurried to Shen Hanyun's hometown. Although Shen Hanyun was in the Foundation establishment realm and had extraordinary combat ability, he was very low-key and not famous. His hometown was Zhang family town, and he had tried every possible way to obtain the 1,000-year-old tree heart to save a person. "A girl?" Tang Yun asked immediately. She was young but full of mischief. She had been released by Ling Han when Shen Hanyun wasn't paying attention. It was like the 7 milk babies had gone out to fight wood elemental creatures. Shen Hanyun nodded. He was a bit quiet and didn't like to talk. "You like her?" the little girl asked again. Shen Hanyun didn't answer, but a gentle expression appeared on his face. It must be so. Ling Han couldn't help but look at him in a new light. He didn't expect this taciturn person to have such a gentle side. After arriving at Zhang family town, Shen Hanyun was familiar with the way and brought them to an elegant courtyard. Fang Yu. Shen Hanyun called out, but no one answered. The courtyard was only so big. Shen Hanyun searched through the rooms one by one, and his expression turned cold. He didn't find anyone. "Brother Ling, this is your wood crystal yuan." He threw a green sphere to Ling Han. It was filled with the aura of life. This thing had been hidden in the courtyard. Ling Han took it and didn't look at it carefully. He put it away first and said, "Let's go out and ask around." "Okay." Shen Hanyun nodded. He was also panicking because he was worried about himself. They asked the neighbors about the situation and soon found out the whereabouts of Lady Fang Yu. She went to Sunken Sand Valley. At first, Ling Han had thought that it was some evil tyrant who had kidnapped this Lady Fang Yu, and what would happen next would be a melodramatic plot of Shen Hanyun showing off her invincible might, killing the tyrant and saving the beauty. He had never thought that she would actually enter the Sunken Sand Valley herself. This place was very dangerous. There were many quicksand pits. If one accidentally stepped on one, they would immediately sink in and be covered in yellow sand. It was impossible to escape with one's life. So, even if it was a secret realm, it was very dangerous. They hurried to Sunken Sand Valley. The more people there, the easier it would be to find someone. The place wasn't far, so they arrived quickly. Then they split up. This place was deserted, so if they met a young lady, it would definitely be Zhao Fengyue. Ling Han walked for a while and soon saw a green-clothed girl sitting on a rock in front of him. Chapter 36-28. The outer shell of this scorpion was made of metal, so it was especially sturdy. Even Ling Han felt his feet go numb. The scorpion died, leaving behind a tiny bit of gold essence. It was a grain of golden sand, but it was much brighter than the sand in the desert. Even if it was thrown into the sand, it would stand out like a crane in a flock of chickens, very conspicuous. Ling Han put away this grain of gold essence, and continued to advance. He returned to the extremely boring life of killing monsters. Every day, he would search for metal elemental creatures, kill them, and then obtain their metal essence in order to become stronger in the future. In the blink of an eye, 10 days passed. Ling Han's cultivation speed was very fast. He encountered another node, and after crossing it, he opened another 9 chakras. Now, the number of apertures he had opened had reached 72. In fact, most people broke through to the secret-seeking realm in the second stage. Those who broke through in the first and third stages were the minority, and those who could open the hidden cave were even fewer. The progress is a little slow. If that's the case, when I concoct the 5 elements fortune pill, I probably haven't reached the peak of the secret-seeking realm yet. In reality, it wasn't that Ling Han's cultivation speed was slow, but rather that he was collecting 5 elemental crystal elements too quickly. It had to be known that an ordinary person would need at least a few hundred years to collect 5 elemental crystal elements with their own efforts. And him? In less than half a year, he already had 3 sets of 5 elemental crystal essence in his hands. In comparison, his cultivation speed was naturally slow. What a blissful annoyance. A few days later, he met a group of people who were also collecting metal essence. He was eating when these people came up to him and demanded that he hand over his metal essence. Of course, Ling Han wouldn't be polite and robbed them clean. He also learned of a legend from them. In the depths of the Golden Desert, there is a temple. Hidden within it is a peerless opportunity. These people were professional at collecting metal essence. Because there were always powers that wanted to refine the 5 elements fortune pill for their juniors, it was very easy to meet people collecting 5 elements essence in various 5 elements lands. This time, all the metal essence they obtained was sold to the Pang clan. They also had another goal, and that was to find that divine temple. From then on, they would be able to cast off their lowly status and become outstanding people. However, the temple only existed in legends. Some people swore that they had seen it, but most people had never seen it. Moreover, everyone knew that there might be signs of a mirage in the desert. Who knew what those people saw? Among this group of people, there was one person who claimed to have seen the temple. It was also because of his persistence that everyone had been chasing after the temple with dreams, even though they had already spent more than 30 years here. Ling Han was just listening. His main goal was, of course, the 5 elements fortune pill. He wanted to perfect his foundation and walk towards the pinnacle of martial art. He spared these people and continued to eat. The little girl was curious and said, "Ling Han, do you think we can find that temple?" Following the crowd's opinion, the credibility of this matter is less than 10%, Ling Han said. "Hey, handsome big brother, you're too pessimistic." Tang Yun shook her head. "You should believe that with this baby here, your luck will definitely be heaven-defying." Ling Han chuckled. "Just like how you always hit someone." Tang Yun was instantly embarrassed and argued, "Don't you know the law of conservation of luck? If you have too much luck, it is inevitable that you will have some bad luck. Only then will you have good luck again." Cuckoo. Somewhere in the desert. "Your Highness, we have been searching here for dozens of days. We are running out of clean water and food. Should we leave for now and replenish ourselves?" A gray-robed elder asked respectfully. There were a total of 8 of them, and they were all wearing cloaks on their heads, looking very mysterious. However, as they were eating, their faces were still revealed. 1 young man and 7 elders. The young man looked to be in his 20s and had a stalwart figure with bright eyebrows and starry eyes. He might just be sitting there, but he had a captivating aura presence. The 7 elders all had different appearances, but they were all led by the young man and appeared very reverent. This young man was the crown prince of the Azure Dragon Empire and had a shocking status. On the surface, the Azure Dragon Empire was a cult masterclass force, but there was an old venerate overseeing it. Thus, they were able to rule over a star region and had astounding power. Such a powerful force had to be very careful when selecting a successor. In order to ensure that the leader was the most outstanding, every member of the imperial family would be able to become the crown prince if they displayed enough innate talents. However, if their cultivation wasn't up to par or if they made any grave mistakes, they would be stripped of the title of crown prince and would never be able to become a crown prince again. Thus, the Azure Dragon Empire had around 100 crown princes, and their ages were all different. There were old crown princes that were over 1,000 years old, and there were also those like this young man who were only in his 20s. His name was Meng Yongqing, and he was currently ranked 97th among the crown princes. It was very low, but if his age was included, it could be said that he had a boundless future. That's right, Your Highness. The Divine Temple is just hearsay. Who knows if it exists or not? Another elder advised, Your Highness, you are too precious. Why don't you let this old servant search for it? If we really find the Divine Temple, it wouldn't be too late to inform Your Highness. Meng Yongqing snorted and said, What do you know? Back then, the Divine Temple had automatically retreated into the Golden Desert. For so many years, only a limited number of people had seen it. That was because it was originally active. By the time you inform me, it would already be too late. The 7 elders were astonished. Could the legend of the Divine Temple actually be true? Meng Yongqing opened his mouth and didn't intend to stop. He continued, 30,000 years ago, the Buddha race wanted to preach in this place, but this empire naturally didn't allow it. Those people from the Buddha race specialized in bewitching people's hearts. If everyone was to become their believers, would this star region still belong to the Meng clan? The great ancestor emperor mobilized all the experts to fight against the Buddha race. He might have successfully defeated them, but he wasn't able to eliminate them all. The remnants of the Buddha race drove the Divine Temple into the Golden Desert. That so-called Divine Temple was the vehicle that they used to traverse the universe. It itself was a powerful artifact, but the great ancestor emperor was sure that even if the remnants escaped into the desert, they were all severely injured and would be completely wiped out in no time. However, it was also because of that battle that the great ancestor emperor was severely injured. He had no choice but to pass down the throne and go into seclusion to recuperate. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been in such a passive position when the Shadow Moon Empire invaded this time and lost a few resource planets. Meng Yongqing spoke with a gloomy expression. The 7 elders didn't dare to continue, but they were shocked. It turned out that the legend of the Divine Temple was not only true, but it also involved the great ancestor emperor, who was that old supremacy. If Ling Han was here, he would be able to deduce some things. For example, why didn't the Azure Dragon Empire send someone to Heavenly Sea Star to take a look at the situation of the Array Seal? They were invaded by another empire and were in a terrible fix. How could they have the energy to care about a cage? Chapter 36-29. Your Highness, since the Divine Temple was left behind by the remnants of the Buddha race, then if you insist on finding it, it will be very disadvantageous to Your Highness if the other crown princes find out about it. An elder advised. Meng Yongqing smiled lightly. If I am able to find the Divine Temple, then it will be a great merit. The 7 elders all revealed curious expressions, but Meng Yongqing didn't explain further. Because the Divine Temple contained the inheritance of the Buddha race, and what kind of existence was the Buddha race? In the past, there was an ancestral king who ruled over an era. How shocking was the Buddha race's inheritance? Even if the inheritance in the Divine Temple was not complete and only a portion was, it was enough to move the hearts of the saints. Back then, the Azure Dragon Empire strictly sealed off the information because they didn't want to alarm the saints. However, the old emperor was severely injured and couldn't suppress the heaven and earth power in the Golden Desert. He could only lament his inadequacy and dragged it until now. Meng Yongqing was extremely confident that he would definitely be able to find the Divine Temple, because no one knew that he had secretly learned the Buddha race's cultivation technique. Although it was just a superficial knowledge, after entering the Golden Desert, the cultivation technique would resonate with the Divine Temple. Thus, he would definitely be able to find it. Ling Han fought monsters every day and was blown by the wind and blown by the yellow sand. After more than a month, it was as though he had changed into a different person. A casual jump would be able to shake off 2 kilograms of sand. He was numb and simply wanted to vomit. Fortunately, the gold essence in his hands was also steadily increasing. He believed that in another 1.5 months, he would be able to fuse the gold crystal essence. At least for the next 10 years, I will take a detour whenever I see a desert. After such a long time, Ling Han had opened up another 18 apertures and had a total of 90 apertures. Handsome Pan, am I seeing things? Or is there really a temple in front? Tang Yun suddenly said. Ling Han was walking like a walking corpse. Only when he heard this did he raise his head, and saw that in front of him, there really appeared a great temple with golden walls, incomparably grand. He took a glance and was still numb. It's just a mirage. Ignore it. But, it looks very real. Tang Yun said again. Kiki. Ling Han didn't have any reaction. Let's go. Little Loli pulled Ling Han towards the temple. However, even though the temple was right in front of them, after walking for half a day, they still couldn't get any closer to it. It's really just a mirage. The little Loli lost interest. This is so annoying. I'm not playing anymore. She entered the vitality-nourishing gourd. Although the space inside would be affected by the outside world and would be a bit hotter and drier compared to the outside world, it was many times better. Ling Han didn't react at all. His killing intent would only erupt when he encountered metal elemental creatures. Why? Suddenly, a voice sounded out by Ling Han's ears and entered directly into his divine sense. It was like a resounding bell that caused him to immediately awaken from his muddle-headed state. It was a Buddhist hymn. Ling Han paused and looked forward. He couldn't help but reveal a look of shock. Could it be that this wasn't a mirage, but a real temple? The fabled temple it couldn't be. What kind of luck did he have? This was his first time entering the Golden Desert, and it had only been slightly more than a month. He had actually encountered a temple that many people would never encounter in their entire lives. If he had only seen it with his eyes, then it might have been a mirage. However, it was different when he heard the Buddhist hymn in his ears. Ling Han used so close yet worlds apart. However, after he moved, he discovered that the distance between him and the temple had not shortened. Instead, it had increased. What the hell was this? He used his eye sorcery and observed carefully. He couldn't help but let out an "oh." It was indeed a temple. However, due to the refraction of light and the fact that the temple itself was somewhat mystical, it appeared to be an illusion. If he headed straight for the temple, then he would never be able to reach it in his entire lifetime. The Buddhist race's most frequent saying is that the sea of bitterness is boundless, and it is difficult to cross to the other shore. Right now, this desert is the sea of bitterness, and the temple is the other shore. How am I going to cross it? Ling Han's eyes lit up. If it was someone else, they really wouldn't be able to do it. However, Ling Han was different. Not only did he obtain the eye sorcery divine ability, but he was also an array marshal. With the two of them together, Ling Han was able to break the power of heaven and earth. He started to move. He was no longer walking in a straight line. Instead, he was constantly changing his direction. The temple was getting closer, and the Buddhist hymn was getting louder. He could even see Buddhas appearing above the temple. They were executing mystical arts that could purify mortals and souls. After walking for half an hour, Ling Han finally arrived in front of the temple. This divine temple was clearly only 300 meters tall, but when Ling Han stood at the foot of the divine temple, he had a feeling that he was incomparably small. This divine temple seemed to be the center of the universe, indescribably majestic. He could clearly see that on the murals of the temple, there were furious arhats, solemn bodhisattvas, and smiling Buddhas. Ling Han suddenly turned his head and saw a group of 8 people approaching from behind. Strange. There were actually people who could come here? You also have the eye sorcery? You also have the array formation? However, Ling Han didn't know that Meng Yongqing was even more shocked than Ling Han. He had relied on the Buddha race's cultivation technique to achieve a resonance with the temple. That was why he wasn't bewitched and came here. But what did Ling Han rely on? Who are you? Meng Yongqing asked. His tone was calm, but it had a commanding arrogance. It couldn't be helped as his identity was there. Ling Han just let out a faint smile. Did he need to bother or care? My lord is asking you a question. One of the elders immediately reprimanded. Ling Han still didn't reply. He just brandished his fist. These people's attitude made him very unhappy. If they weren't happy, then they should come and fight. The matter of the temple is of great importance. Meng Yongqing thought for a moment. Kill and silence them. Yes, your highness. The 7 elders all obeyed. Your highness. There was only one empire on the Moonlight Star, and this guy was a prince of the Azure Dragon Empire. One of the elders leaped out and rushed towards Ling Han. The rest of the elders were all spectating and were obviously very confident in that person. Ling Han also had the intention to kill. If you guys want to kill me, then I will eliminate you guys first. He used his body as a weapon and rammed towards that elder. Bang! Ling Han was like a cannonball, completely disregarding the old man's defenses, and forcefully crashed into his bosom. Then, the old man screamed in pain as his body was sent flying, landing on his bottom on the ground. Everyone in Meng Yongqing was astonished because the elder's chest had actually sunk in, as though there was a wash basin embedded in it. This was too horrifying. It was just a collision, and he was able to injure an expert of the immortal path to this state. Of course, this place suppressed one's cultivation, but it was still an extremely horrifying thing. Attack together. The remaining 6 elders turned pale with fright and hurriedly rushed out. Chapter 36:30. However, what was the use of this? Ling Han stepped forward, and a burst of murderous aura shot out. The 6 elders were all affected, and expressions of shock appeared on their faces. Humph! Meng Yongqing made his move and slashed at Ling Han with a palm blade. Ling Han threw a punch to neutralize the attack, which naturally affected his attack. His other punch blasted out, and though it sent the 6 elders flying, it ultimately did not cause any damage to them. I didn't expect your battle strength to be so shocking. Meng Yongqing snorted, his face full of fear. In the outside world, he could easily crush Ling Han. But in this place, his cultivation was limited. He could only display the battle strength of the mystic-seeking realm, and he had no confidence at all. Ling Han didn't answer and responded with a strong attack. He would never be lenient to those who were against him. Meng Yongqing no longer sat by and joined the battle. He was the main force as well. He took out a sword, which emitted a terrible evil aura and an indescribable might. This was a replica of the Azure Dragon Empire's treasure, the Azure Dragon Sword. It was a standard magic artifact that most of the crown princes would be equipped with. Even though it was a replica, it was far more powerful than a magic artifact of the same rank. Swoosh! The sword slashed across, and an illusion of an azure dragon appeared, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. The 6 elders worked together. They didn't attack Ling Han. Instead, they used a strange footwork and sent their power to Meng Yongqing. This was a formation. Ling Han was surprised. This was truly amazing. When the power of 7 people was combined and used by one person, the power was far stronger than 7 people working together. The sword chi slashed over, and the azure dragon roared. You think I'm afraid? Ling Han snorted and punched with 70 layers of power, and it was a high-frequency attack. Bang! The fist force hit the sword chi, and the azure dragon illusion trembled slightly before shattering. What? Meng Yongqing's expression changed. The 7 of them working together couldn't suppress Ling Han. How abnormal was this guy's battle strength? 2-star genius. Even 3-star genius. If he knew that Ling Han was only at the enlightening state, he would have guessed that Ling Han was a 4-star genius, or even a 5-star genius. Ling Han let out a long roar and pushed the demon monkey fist towards Meng Yongqing. You're too arrogant, shouted Meng Yongqing. His current strength wasn't any weaker than Ling Han's. Boom, his right hand unleashed sword chi, while his left hand turned into a palm, and he struck out repeatedly at Ling Han. The 2 of them clashed. After receiving the installations from the 6 people, Meng Yongqing's strength was actually far above Ling Han's. However, Ling Han had mastered the frequency of his attacks, so he was not weak at all. For a moment, the 2 of them were in a deadlock. Actually, it was very simple to defeat Meng Yongqing. As long as he got rid of the 6 elders, he would lose the power boost and his battle strength would naturally fall. However, Meng Yongqing obviously knew this, so he protected the 6 elders very well. This was a little like an eagle catching chicks. Ling Han was the eagle, the 6 elders were the chicks, and Meng Yongqing was the mother hen. This scene was very funny. If the little lowly appeared at this moment, she would definitely want to play with him with sparkling eyes. Meng Yongqing was speechless and even a little embarrassed. He was the crown prince of the Azure Dragon Empire and had such a majestic status. But now, a puny mystic-seeking realm was actually able to fight him to a draw. This made him feel ashamed. Fortunately, there weren't many people who could get close to this place, and he didn't have to worry about this matter being exposed. His murderous nature flourished even more. This Ling Han was so powerful, and he just had to come here. This made him view this as a great threat. Could this be someone from the Buddha race who was going to compete with him for the fated opportunity? Die! He yelled out and took a deep breath. His entire body seemed to have been blown up, and he actually expanded into a giant that was 30 meters tall. Boom! He struck out with his sword again. The sword chi was so thick that it was like a huge tree that slashed over, and its power increased drastically. What kind of secret art is this? Meng Yongqing's combat strength increased drastically, but the 6 elders all had ugly expressions as they suffered a huge loss of chi and blood. They were all complaining incessantly because to activate such a big move, they needed to draw on the strength of 7 individuals, which was barely enough. Now that one of them was missing, the burden on each of them had increased greatly, and they naturally couldn't endure it. But there was no other way. This secret art was completely centered around Meng Yongqing, and he had the complete initiative. As long as he didn't stop, the 6 of them would only have to endure the continuous absorption. Therefore they only had one thought: for Meng Yongqing to quickly kill Ling Han. Otherwise, they were going to be in deep trouble. Boom! 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 Meng Yongqing was extremely ferocious. After the giant transformation, his strength had increased by a lot, and even Ling Han's high-frequency attacks couldn't completely neutralize it. He had completely taken the initiative, and each of his sword and palm strikes were extremely tyrannical. Ling Han could definitely drag out the time. Behind such strength, he must be draining the pond to fish for the 6 elders. But why would someone like him be willing to use such a method to obtain victory? Could it be that he couldn't win in a direct confrontation? Ling Han let out a long howl and activated his baleful aura attack, blasting towards Meng Yongqing. Even in his current state, Meng Yongqing was still affected. He paused for a moment, but it was only for an instant. He immediately recovered, but it was unavoidable that a flaw appeared. Come! Ling Han used the 3 moves of the war god. Instantly, heaven and earth seemed to be the center, and endless energy gathered around him. He struck out with his palm, and the energy surged. Meng Yongqing revealed an expression of fear, but it was already too late to dodge. He could only brace himself and face Ling Han head-on. Boom! He and Ling Han clashed in close combat, and he felt his opponent's surging strength was incomparably terrifying. He finally withstood this attack, but he was immediately astonished because Ling Han had struck out a second time. How could this be? How could such a violent attack be used twice in a row? Is your strength limitless? Is your body made of immortal gold? Aren't you afraid of collapsing? Left with no choice, he could only brace himself and attack again. With a bang, he felt his body was about to collapse, and the 6 elders behind him all vomited blood. They were one body, and if one was damaged, they would all be damaged. However, this was not the end. The 3 moves of the war god naturally had a total of 3 moves. Ling Han let out a loud roar and struck out the 3rd time. This time, he couldn't take it anymore. Meng Yongqing said in his heart. He immediately made a decision, like a hero cutting off his own wrist, and directly diverted the impact force, allowing the 6 elders behind him to take it. He was the core of this formation and also the guide, so of course he could do this. Bang! The surging energy surged over, and the expressions of the 6 elders changed drastically. This was a destructive force. Your Highness! They let out cries of despair, but Meng Yongqing didn't pay them any attention. Bang bang, bang bang. The 6 elders were all shattered by the terrifying force. PFFF. Meng Yongqing also vomited a mouthful of blood. He didn't want to continue fighting, and turned around to leave. Ling Han chased after him for a few steps, but he felt his chest was boiling, so he stopped and didn't give chase. Chapter 36-32. The Bodhi tree had originally withered, and even its crown had been cut in half. However, when the moon rose into the sky, it became bright under the nourishment of the moonlight, and the lost crown reappeared. Mani Mani Padme. The 6-syllable Akala mantra continued to ring. A gentle breeze blew, causing the Bodhi tree to shake gently. The leaves rubbed against each other, producing a pleasant sound. Ling Han quickly patted the little lowly's head and woke her up. What are you doing? I want to sleep. Tang Yun stretched lazily. Her eyes were hazy, and her face was full of bitterness and hatred. What she hated the most was being woken up when she was sleeping soundly. Even her own mother would be anxious. Idiot, you don't want the Buddhist race's inheritance anymore. Ling Han shouted. Ah! Little Lowly was startled and immediately lost her sleepiness. She opened her eyes wide and naturally saw this magical scene. What about the inheritance? She asked. Don't talk. Just watch. The Bodhi tree kept swaying. After an unknown period of time, a monk wearing a kasaya suddenly appeared. He sat cross-legged under the Bodhi tree. His head was bald, but there was a halo around it. He's given birth to a Buddhist halo. He's from the Buddhist race. The little lowly immediately said in a low voice. Which one? Ling Han asked. He was naturally referring to the Buddha ancestor, the founder of the Buddhist race. He was invincible for an entire era. The little lowly shook her head. That's impossible. If it's a remnant image of Buddha, the key would be extremely terrifying. It's impossible for us to be so close. This should be a bodhisattva. According to the rank distribution of the Buddha race, the Buddha corresponds to the ancestor king, the Buddha corresponds to the sage, the bodhisattva corresponds to the venerable, and the arhat corresponds to the sect leader. Even on the moonlight planet, he would be a top-notch almighty. Ling Han couldn't help but widen his eyes. Would this bodhisattva teach him the 6 words Akala mantra? But what disappointed them was that the monk was just sitting cross-legged and cultivating. How could there be any inheritance? I waited for nothing again. Ling Han did not give up. After a long while, a leaf fell down. The Bodhi tree had long since withered, so where did the leaves come from? Ling Han stretched out his hand. Coincidentally, the leaf fell near him, and he easily caught it in his hand. Suddenly, an indescribable power surged within Ling Han's body, transforming into a loud and clear voice that was chanting something. It sounded like a song, a melody, and a spell. Ling Han felt a chill in his heart. Could this be the legacy of the Buddha race? He hurriedly used his heart to capture every word, but it was extremely blurry and difficult to capture. After a long time, he finally caught a word. It is one of the 6-word Wisdom King mantra. This is the Akala mantra. Ling Han said, Pfft. Hong, there was an indescribable wave of power that surged, open and aboveboard, making one think deeply, to the extent where one could even see Buddha light illuminating everything. Ling Han, you've learned the 6 words Bright King incantation? The little lowly was given a fright. Although she could also shout out the word Fa, without any special cultivation technique to complement it, it was only an ordinary word, and did not have any special effects. Ling Han wanted to catch it again, but the leaf in his hand had already turned into light fragments, leaving nothing behind. The power in his body disappeared, and so did the majestic voice. Ling Han was astonished. He had really learned a word. He recalled, and then came to a realization. So the process of capturing the sound was the process of cultivation. He could hear the word "ift," which meant that he had successfully captured the technique. This kind of imparting technique was really magical. Ling Han explained the process to the little lowly, causing the little lowly to become excited. Ling Han, the next leaf is mine, she emphasized. Ling Han chuckled. Okay. He also needed to consolidate. Although he could chant the word "ift," he was not proficient and needed to practice. Moreover, there were too many details that needed to be studied. The little girl waited for the second leaf to fall, while Ling Han perfected his "pft" formula. However, Tang Yun waited for an entire night without any results. When the sun rose the next day, the vision disappeared, and the Bodhi tree became withered again. There was not a single leaf left. I'm so angry. I didn't sleep for an entire night. The little girl shouted angrily. Ling Han, on the other hand, faced the morning sun and cultivated. He had to speed up his cultivation and enter the mystic realm as soon as possible. The 6-word Wisdom King mantra had not been completed, so Ling Han and Tang Yun naturally would not leave. They rested during the day and waited for the night to come and fight. However, Ling Han was already full of energy after only 4 hours of sleep. He once again studied the "pft" formula. Although it was only one word, when combined with a technique, there were all kinds of changes. It could suppress evil and clear one's mind. It was broad and profound. After an entire day, Ling Han was unable to contain his joy. The 6 words Wisdom King mantra was indeed worthy of being one of the 2 supreme ultimate techniques of the Buddha race. It was very meaningful, and using it to shout at himself caused his spirit to become even more stable. This was natural. His own divine spirit was not stable, so how could he talk about suppressing evil and telling demons to retreat? It was night, and the moon was in the middle of the sky. The vision appeared again, and the Bodhi tree shone brilliantly once again. The withered leaves all grew out at once, decorating the entire tree. Not long after, the Bodhisattva appeared again and began to comprehend under the Bodhi tree. Because he had mastered the formula, he naturally understood a part of the Buddhist Dharma. Ling Han immediately understood more things. The Bodhisattva's comprehension was not without changes. The Bodhi tree's leaves changed from dark to bright, and there was a kind of wonderful rhythm. He captured this rhythm and could not help but be immersed in it. He vaguely discovered that there was a Buddhist chant in his mind. It was thought-provoking, and it made him acknowledge it from the soul level. He wanted to pledge allegiance to it, and from then on, it would be his responsibility to release evil from purgatory. Ling Han was startled, and he couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. This Buddhist Dharma was too terrifying. He had only comprehended it for a while, but it had already made him immersed in it. His mind was bewitched, and he wanted to convert. Was this the ancestral king's method? It was practically attacking cities and plundering the land without spilling blood. As long as the Buddhist Dharma was used, everything would be purified. Ling Han hurriedly guarded his mind. He was only interested in the 6 words Wisdom King mantra, but he definitely did not want to become a member of the Buddhist clan and be restricted by the Buddhist clan's rules and regulations. After a night, Ling Han's understanding of the formula had increased a little. However, the little lowly had waited for a night in vain because there was no Bodhi tree's leaves falling down. She was so angry that she immediately jumped up and wanted to pick them herself. In the end, a huge force pressed down on her, causing her to fall down firmly. "Little milk candy, I think you're destined to have no fate with the Buddhist Dharma," said Ling Han with a smile. "I don't believe it. This baby doesn't believe it." The little lowly put her hands on her waist, and her face was filled with anger. "Based on what? Even such a stupid uncle can learn it, but a smart baby like me can't." The two of them quarreled here. At night, Ling Han captured the Bodhi tree's movement pattern and comprehended the wonderful method. Meanwhile, the little lowly looked up at the top of her head, waiting for the leaves to fall. Chapter 36-33. Day after day, time passed very quickly. After 9 days, Ling Han had already completely grasped the swastika technique. He opened his mouth to chant, and the sound of Buddha's voice was vast and mighty. If one did not look at him, they would think that he was a bald monk who had attained the Tao. Ling Han was very satisfied, but the little girl was depressed to the extreme. There was still no second leaf falling from the tree. "Damn it, he's bullying me too much." However, on the 10th day, Ling Han was unable to deduce anything from the Bodhi tree. Back and forth it was just a description of the swastika formula. It was just a one-word inheritance. Ling Han thought about it and suddenly realized that the Bodhi tree had withered and been destroyed, and the inheritance had also been destroyed. It was already lucky for him to be able to learn a complete swastika formula. He told this deduction to Tang Yun, and the little girl was naturally very disappointed. "Handsome, then pass it to me," she said. Ling Han shook his head. It wasn't that he didn't want to pass it, but that he couldn't. Otherwise, the Buddhist clan wouldn't have needed the Bodhi inheritance. It would have been much easier to pass it down by word of mouth. Look, he waited here for 9 days and only learned a swastika formula. The efficiency was too low. "Forget it, I don't want to learn it." Tang Yun was angry and unhappy. If it were an adult, they would definitely continue to stay. Even if it was just a swastika formula, it would be a supreme secret technique. But this little girl was only 6 or 7 years old. How could a 6 or 7-year-old child think so much? She must be throwing a tantrum. "You really don't want to learn it?" Ling Han asked. "No." Tang Yun shook her head, her attitude firm. "If you don't want to learn it, then don't learn it." Ling Han originally wanted her to stay here while he went to get the golden essence. Anyway, the little girl couldn't help much. The two left and began the road of killing monsters again. After a few days, they met up with the 7 babies. "Dad, you disappeared for a few days. Did you have another fortuitous encounter? Did we waste the golden essence again?" 4th baby said. Ling Han smiled. "How is that possible?" "I did have a fortuitous encounter, but I did not obtain any gold crystal essence." He told them about obtaining the hexagram Wisdom King mantra, causing the milk babies to be amazed. "Father, could it be that you have the bloodline of the Buddha clan?" 3rd baby bit his finger and said, "Otherwise, why would the Bodhi tree acknowledge you and let its leaves fall? There's such a thing." Tang Yun's eyes widened, and she immediately expressed her displeasure. It turned out that she had really worked for nothing. Ling Han shook his head. He had absolutely nothing to do with a bald head. Furthermore, he said, "Isn't the Buddhist race just a general term? What bloodline?" "Father, you don't know about this, do you?" Eldest baby shook his head. The Buddhist race also has bloodlines, but it is not the traditional way of giving birth to children. Instead, there is a saying that the almighty figures of the Buddhist race reincarnate. Some babies are born proficient in the Buddhist Tao, and in the future, they will definitely become almighty figures of the Buddhist race. "Father, are you the reincarnation of Buddha?" Second baby touched Ling Han's head. "Father, if you convert to Buddhism one day, you won't be able to keep your hair. While they're still here, hurry up and watch," fifth baby said with a smile. "Yes." The other babies nodded. Ling Han's face was full of black lines. "I won't become a monk." He had many beautiful wives and a large group of children. How could he become a monk? Tang Yun interrupted inappropriately. "Actually, the Buddhist race also has a branch of the Mary Buddha. They don't forbid marriage or shaving their hair." "Go away," Ling Han said unhappily. "I won't treat you as a mute if you don't speak." Ha 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 ha. The babies and the little Lolas all laughed. They continued to fight monsters and collect the gold essence. Ling Han also met up with Shan Han Yun. After another month and a half, they finally collected enough gold essence and fused it into a portion of gold crystal essence. Finally, they were short of 1 out of 5, and they were about to succeed. Next stop, Rolling Rock Wasteland. They set off and headed for the last place of the 5 elements. This took some time, and they only arrived after 5 days. Since it was a wasteland, it was naturally a barren wasteland. There was scorched earth everywhere, and there was little vegetation. Fortunately, it was not as hot as the Golden Desert, and there was also a river. There was no need to worry about dying of thirst here. Everyone split up and agreed to meet up once every 5 days. For example, if someone was extremely lucky and directly collected the earth crystal essence, then the mission would be completed. But after only 2 days, Ling Han began to cultivate in seclusion. He could break through again. After cultivating in seclusion for half a day, Ling Han opened up another 9 acupoints. This time, he was only 9 acupoints away from the end of the enlightening realm. Of course, this did not include the hidden acupoints. Tang Yun quickly got bored and hid in the gourd to sleep. Ling Han was also very bored, but he had no choice. This was for himself. He moved forward, looking for the earth elemental creatures. There were many of them, all made of round stones. There were no joints at all, but they could be stuck together. It was very magical. However, their strength was just that. With Ling Han's current strength, he could easily finish them off with 1 finger. Unless he encountered some rock king, otherwise, he could sweep through them with his eyes closed. All of a sudden, goosebumps appeared all over his body, and he felt a strong sense of danger approaching. He abruptly turned around and saw a person walking towards him with large strides. This was a handsome young man. His appearance was simply perfect, and there was not a single flaw to be found. He was dressed in white and carried a sword on his back. His black hair fell to his shoulders, and it was black and shiny. Of course, what Ling Han cared about was not his appearance, but the aura this person exuded. It was as sharp as a sword and extremely terrifying. This kind of aura was something even Hong Tianbu could not compare to. Yes, Hong Tianbu could only compare to him after he activated the vicious beast eye. "I finally found you." The person in white smiled. Ling Han also smiled faintly. "I don't seem to recognize you. I'm really ashamed to have troubled you." The person in white was stunned for a moment, then he laughed loudly. "You are more interesting than I thought. I have always been a humorous person." Ling Han shrugged. However, the person in white stopped smiling and said, "My name is He-san." Ling Han gave an "oh." He did not recognize He-san or see. He-san was surprised. After hearing his name, the other party actually did not change at all. Yes, this person definitely did not know his identity. He did not explain either. There was no need to waste this time. "I'm here to kill you," he said. Ling Han nodded. "I have no friends here. I can also guess that you specially came to find me. You are here to kill me. Let me think. Firstly, the Pang clan and the Lei clan should not be able to invite a genius like you. Secondly, they also think that I am already dead, so they will not waste this effort." He paused for a moment, then continued, "So, you should be under that prince, right?" He-san smiled. "He can't order me around. It's just that the current dynasty's crown prince was almost killed by you. Since I know about it, I naturally have to make this trip." "You kill yourself." Chapter 36-34. Just kill yourself. Ling Han seemed to have heard many people say this, but he always thought it was stupid. Of course, when He-san said this, he didn't think he was stupid. He was just being pretentious. This person had the right to be pretentious. Ling Han chuckled. "There are many who want to kill me, but look, I'm still alive and well. So you have to work hard." Talkative He-san attacked, slapping at Ling Han. Boom, the palm moved, and the wind and clouds rose. He was indeed a super genius. He should have been a 3-star genius, and he had crossed the immortal path. Now that he was suppressed in the secret seeking realm, he should have retained some combat power. So, in the secret seeking realm, He-san could be considered a 4-star genius. Of course, he couldn't compare to Ling Han. He was a 4.5-star genius, but his disadvantage was his realm. After all, he was only at the enlightened aperture stage. "Come, let's fight." Ling Han clenched his fist and punched at He-san. Hong, the collision caused Ling Han's figure to involuntarily flip, and he was forced to retreat repeatedly. "Ha!" He-san looked surprised. "You can block my palm?" With his genius, this attack should have easily killed Ling Han. No wonder even Meng Yongcheng could only escape with his life. "You do have some ability." He nodded, and gave Ling Han a relatively high evaluation. "Meng Yongcheng, that so-called highness." Ling Han stopped moving. Right now, he could practically sweep through all the mystery-seeking realms, but against a 3-star genius, it would still be a little difficult. Moreover, the current He-san might not even be a 3-star genius. He moved his limbs and said, "Aren't you afraid of being killed by me?" He-san's face darkened. "You can be proud to be able to survive one move from me, but you're making a big mistake by being arrogant in front of me." He attacked again. This time, it wasn't a simple slap. He used a high-level energy, turning it into a green light and blasting at Ling Han. Ling Han wasn't afraid to face it head-on. Although he was inferior in terms of raw power, his combat prowess wasn't entirely dependent on power. Boom boom boom, the two of them continued to exchange blows. Ling Han first used his lightning fist, but he was no match for his opponent and was quickly suppressed. A secret-seeking realm with the combat power of a 4-star genius was no joke. He-san sneered, "That's all you got?" Ling Han didn't say anything. As a reply, he executed the demon monkey fist. Instantly, his aura changed and was filled with ruthlessness. Even if the heavens wanted to suppress him, he would be able to overturn it with a single punch. He-san couldn't help but be startled. It was as if he was seeing a demon monkey from ancient times wreaking havoc. That kind of aura made him a little apprehensive. His eyes lit up. "Such a good fist technique. It's such a waste to use it on you." He also unleashed a technique, and it was as if he had transformed into a giant python. He continuously coiled around Ling Han, wanting to strangle him to death. This technique was actually inferior to the demon monkey fist, but He-san had the upper hand in terms of strength, making up for the inadequacy of the technique itself, and even suppressing Ling Han. Ling Han's expression was calm. He was far from being at the end of his rope. 70 gravity. Frequency attack. He punched again, meeting He-san's coiling attack head-on. Bang! He-san was instantly sent flying back. "Ha! You actually mastered such a secret technique." He-san revealed a smile, filled with emotion. His opponent was much weaker than him in terms of strength, but he had relied on a technique to make up for the difference. He was happy because he had already regarded the demon monkey fist as his own. He also executed his ultimate technique again. With a point of his finger, a brilliant light shot out, and even the sun seemed to have lost its luster. Sun-shattering finger. Ling Han attacked head-on with a frequency of 70 gravity. However, he was forcefully sent flying back by that one attack. He felt as if the bones in his fist were about to shatter. Hiss! The power of this attack was really terrifying. Ling Han's bones had been tempered 7 times, and could be said to be the strongest under the celestial path. However, a single attack had almost broken his bones. The power of this sun-shattering finger could be said to be terrifying. However, He-san was even more shocked than Ling Han. He naturally knew how powerful the sun-shattering finger was, but it had only made Ling Han's fist bleed, and not break it. "What kind of bones do you have?" Again. He pointed his finger again, and a brilliant light shone. Ling Han frowned. Although his bones could withstand this attack, it would still injure him. He did not have a masochistic tendency. Thus, he struck out with a murderous aura. So what if it was He-san? He only felt an indescribable murderous aura seize his heart, making it difficult for him to even breathe. However, he was after all a 3-star genius, and had long since stepped onto the celestial path. He immediately focused his mind and circulated his secret power, expelling this fear from his body. However, as a result, his attack inevitably revealed a flaw, which was seized by Ling Han. Not only did Ling Han dodge his attack, but he also retaliated with a punch, forcing He-san to dodge. The two of them could be said to be evenly matched in this attack. He-san's expression was gloomy. Who was he? He was one of the top 3 geniuses in the Azure Dragon Empire's younger generation. He was not someone that Gutong could compare with. He was actually forced into a draw by an unknown person. How could he accept this? He let out a loud roar, and his attacks became even more urgent. He had grasped many wondrous arts, and he constantly circulated them with astonishing power. Ling Han mainly used the murderous aura to counter the demon monkey fist, but He-san used his true power. After all, he had the suppression of an entire realm's strength, which was an unavoidable weakness. It caused Ling Han to be at a complete disadvantage, and he was surrounded by danger. In terms of same-stage combatability, He-san was not much weaker than He-san. Naturally, he had the upper hand. Die! He-san slammed his palm over. The flames were blazing, but they were dark blue in color. Ling Han instinctively felt a chill. This blue flame was a high-grade energy and had immense destructive power. He could not take it head-on. He retreated, but he opened his mouth and spat out a golden sword. He-san did not expect Ling Han to have such a move. He quickly tilted his head to dodge the attack, but the edge of the sword still sliced off a few strands of his hair. He-san's expression became even more ashen. The dignified He-san was actually sliced off a few strands of his hair by a nobody. "If you don't die, it will be enough for your name to shake the world." He-san spoke with an even stronger killing intent. This was a genius that could threaten him. He had to get rid of him. Ling Han sneered. He shook his fists, which were already wrapped with destructive energy. "Come on. Who's afraid of you?" Boom. He brandished his fists and welcomed the attack. This time, it was He-san's turn to be astonished. He instinctively felt a sense of alarm. This black energy was filled with destructive power, and he must not take it head-on. He retreated, and as he retreated, he grabbed with both his hands. How could a top-notch genius just take a beating and not retaliate? The air on both sides was forcefully pulled over by He-san, forming an astonishing pressure that caused Ling Han's body to involuntarily slow down. The pressure even caused his face to turn pale. It was more refreshing to read on his phone. Chapter 36-36. He-san continued his pursuit. He was one of the few prodigies in the younger generation of the Azure Dragon Empire, and could be said to be one of the most outstanding prodigies in the entire Moonlight Planet. Since he was determined to kill Ling Han, he wouldn't give up so easily. The repeated failures only made his killing intent more resolute, and his pursuit didn't slow down at all. Ling Han had to choose the right time to break through, and he had to shake off He-san as soon as possible. Otherwise, if he took too long, He-san would definitely track him down. It was extremely difficult to open the hidden acupoints because ordinary people could only open 72 acupoints. Reaching 108 acupoints was already praiseworthy. 108 acupoints is the small heavenly cycle. Then, will all the acupoints be 360 acupoints, the number of heavenly cycle? Ling Han gritted his teeth. 108 acupoints took almost a year to open. If it was 360 acupoints, wouldn't it take as long as 2 years? No matter how long it would take if he had a perfect goal, he had to achieve it perfectly. Therefore, it just so happened that there was such a super expert chasing after him and giving him the pressure of life and death. He naturally didn't want to miss such an opportunity. Ling Han continued to kill monsters. Right now, he was only missing the earth essence. Putting aside the fact that He-san was the only one chasing after him, even if there were 100 He-sans, He would still stay here until he obtained the earth crystal essence. 7 days later, Ling Han suddenly had an epiphany. He stopped and sat on the ground. Boom, the upgrade of his life level began, and it came so violently. Ling Han consumed a treasure fruit of life and began to break through the shackles in his body. Pa pa pa. The shackles collapsed, and an acupoint was quietly opened. It could communicate with heaven and earth, and it could allow the secret power to surge. The first hidden acupoint. This was just the beginning. Not long after, the second hidden acupoint was also opened, and then the third. It was like a hot knife through butter. Half an hour later, he had already opened 9 hidden acupoints. When he thought that this breakthrough was about to end, he realized that the upgrade of his life level was still extremely turbulent. It could still continue. Ling Han naturally couldn't stop. After consuming another treasure fruit of life, his breakthrough was still ongoing. The 10th hidden acupoint, the 11th hidden acupoint, and after 9 more hidden acupoints were opened, the breakthrough finally stopped. Ling Han was astonished. This time, he had actually opened 18 apertures. At this rate, he would only need about half a year to open all of his Zhou Tian acupoints. Of course, if there were a total of 360 acupoints. Wang, a terrifying killing intent surged. He San is here again. Ling Han didn't try to escape this time. Instead, he chose to face the attack head-on, and he immediately used the 3 strikes of the war god. How many hidden acupoints did he open? Did his combat strength increase by leaps and bounds? Boom boom boom. After exchanging 3 blows, Ling Han turned tail and ran. Activating so close, yet worlds apart, he quickly disappeared into the distance. He was still no match for He San. Although he had opened a few hidden acupoints and his strength had improved, there was no qualitative change. Therefore, after 3 moves, Ling Han ran away. At this moment, He San was naturally very depressed. Ling Han, who had been running away as soon as he saw him, suddenly dared to attack. Moreover, if you want to fight, then fight. But why only 3 moves? These 3 moves stunned him. The 3 strikes of the war god was too powerful, and he was completely suppressed. However, just as he was about to counterattack, Ling Han ran away. You fucking ran away! He San was filled with anger. After letting out a long roar, he once again started to chase. The game of tag continued. This time, Ling Han didn't run away as soon as he was caught. Instead, he used the 3 strikes of the war god to fight back. After 3 moves, he used so close yet worlds apart to run away. After a few times, He San's accumulated anger was about to explode. Was there anyone like you? He immediately used 3 powerful moves, forcing him to defend passively. Just as he was about to counterattack, Ling Han ran away again. He couldn't unleash his strength, and he couldn't vent his anger. Damn it, how infuriating. 10 days later, Ling Han broke through again. He opened 18 hidden acupoints. This time, he fought with He San for another 3 moves. He felt that his strength had improved again, but he was still no match for He San. If there was no qualitative change, he shouldn't be able to gain the upper hand. A gentleman's revenge was never too late, and he didn't need 3 years. He had more and more earth element in his hands, but he didn't consider meeting up with the milk babies while being chased by He San. Once his relationship with the milk babies was exposed, the 7 milk babies could become a threat to him. Of course, he wouldn't put the milk babies in danger. He didn't even meet Shen Hanyun. Instead, he left a message at the agreed meeting place, briefly explaining the situation. 10 days, 1 month, 3 months. Time continued to pass. He San's willpower could be said to be astonishing. He continued to follow behind Ling Han, as if he would not leave this place until he killed Ling Han. This made Ling Han very angry. They didn't know each other, but you actually chased after him for almost half a year. Was there such a big grudge? Just you wait, when he enters the secret realm, we'll settle the score together. Although Ling Han was unhappy, He San wasn't any better. After all, when the 2 of them met, it was Ling Han who attacked with the 3 styles of the war god, forcing He San to start with self-defense and then run after fighting. It was like a prostitute receiving a customer in a brothel, but she met a fast shooter. Not only did she not feel good, but the other party didn't even pay after the game, and ran away after pulling up his pants. He San was getting more and more angry, swearing to kill Ling Han. After so many days, Ling Han's strength improved steadily. The number of acupoints he had opened had reached 324. He was very confident that the total number of acupoints should be 360, which was the same as the number of a chi cycle. Soon, he said in his heart. He broke through almost every 10 days and opened 18 hidden acupoints. According to this calculation, he only needed to break through 2 more times to reach the peak of the opening realm. It had to be said that He-san played a big part in this. If he didn't force Ling Han and give Ling Han enough motivation, he wouldn't have been able to reach such a high level in such a short time. Just as He-san was thinking, He-san appeared again. This time, he slashed at He-san with his sword. He didn't want to repeat the fate of being killed by Ling Han's 3 styles. However, it was useless. As soon as Ling Han used the 3 styles of the war god, He-san was forced to defend and use all his strength to deal with his 3 styles. But when He-san caught his breath, Ling Han had already used Imminent Skyline and disappeared. He-san couldn't help but feel an urge to just forget about it. It was practically impossible to kill Ling Han here. It would be better to wait outside. At that time, with his prowess of the cast tripod tier, he would be able to kill Ling Han with a single move. But He-san immediately shook his head. If he gave in to such a thought, it would definitely leave a flaw in his soul. It would be a hidden danger when he wanted to reach the peak of martial art in the future. Chase. Continue to chase. Chapter 36-37. He-san chased all the way. This time, he spared no effort and seemed to have used some kind of secret skill. Ling Han could not shake him off at all. At most, he would be able to catch up with him in half an hour. He-san seemed to have realized that although Ling Han was not his match, his battle prowess was steadily increasing. This was too terrifying. If he allowed his opponent to continue to grow endlessly, wouldn't he be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with him? Although his opponent's strength was still far from his, this day would come eventually. Hence, he was determined to kill Ling Han. Ling Han naturally did not have any time to kill monsters now, and he probably did not need it for a long time. The 7 milk babies and Shen Han Yun were definitely full of earth essence, and they only needed to fuse them together to form earth crystal elements. Under He-san's powerful pressure, Ling Han didn't even have the time to cultivate. His physical strength was still fine, and his recovery ability was very strong, so he didn't have to worry about exhausting it at all. However, secret power was a different story. Now he could only use it but not replenish it. If he only relied on taking some pills, how could he make up for his consumption? After 2 days, Ling Han's condition became extremely poor. Even though he had opened up his meridians far wider than the average person, he could not withstand this kind of consumption. Fortunately, he was a master of alchemy, and the effects of the pills he refined were far better than those refined by ordinary alchemists. That was why he could endure all this time. However, even if he could not withstand it, He-san was not much better. Why had he not used this secret skill before? It was because the consumption was too great that he had not used it all this time. Now that he had made up his mind to kill Ling Han at all costs, this did not mean that the consumption had suddenly become less. After 2 days of continuous circulation, he was also almost at his limit. His body was covered in sweat, and even his hair was stuck together. He was no longer as carefree as before. Now, rather than saying that it was a competition of their battle prowess, it was better to say that it was a test of their willpower. They were both about to reach the limits of their bodies, and the one who could persist longer would have the advantage. He-san was indeed a top genius. His willpower was extremely strong, and he kept chasing relentlessly. He believed that he could definitely persist longer than Ling Han. When it came to willpower, when had Ling Han ever been afraid? 5 days, 7 days, 9 days. On the 10th day, the 2 of them had actually reached their limits. The other party was clearly in front of them, but they still had to take a few breaths before they could catch up. At this time, Ling Han's physique showed its effects. Although his mystic energy was almost depleted and could only be squeezed out by pills, his physical strength was still full, at least 30% of it remaining. He was preparing for a counterattack. Once He-san's occult power was exhausted, he would be able to kill his opponent 10,000 times if everyone fought with their physical strength. It was about time. Ling Han suddenly stopped, turned around, and stared at He-san. "You're not running anymore?" He-san asked, panting heavily. He tried to make his tone as normal as possible. Ling Han smiled faintly. "Haven't you always wanted to spar with me? I'll fulfill your wish." He strode toward He-san. "Humph. Do you think I don't know what you're planning?" He-san sneered and struck out with his palm. A brilliant light flickered. He held back a bit of his strength. Go! Ling Han waved his hand. Xiao, the heavenly pattern jade was thrown out. His stance of wanting to fight He-san with all his strength was just a pretense. His real killing blow was the heavenly pattern jade. The heavenly pattern jade instantly accelerated to 10 times the speed of sound. There was no helping it. Ling Han had used up too much of his mystic energy, causing the power of this attack to be much weaker. Psychokinesis artifact. He-san was stunned, but he immediately recognized it. His expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly dodged. If he had dodged immediately, he might have been able to avoid it. But he had to wait for the heavenly pattern jade to strike. It was too late. After all, he was not at his peak right now. Even 10 times the speed of sound was enough to kill him. Pong, the heavenly pattern jade smashed into He-san, but circles of golden runes surged out of He-san's body, transforming into a golden bell that protected him within. A pained expression appeared on He-san's face. This was a talisman soldier that had been bestowed to him by the elites of his sect. When he was under attack, it would automatically activate. It was a treasure that could save his life. He had already used it 3 times when he was adventuring in the ancient ruins, and it had saved his life 3 times. He had never imagined that he would use it once while chasing after a mystic-seeking realm cultivator. But it did not matter. He could obtain a psychokinesis artifact. In the long run, its importance was definitely not lower than that of a talisman soldier. Ling Han was also surprised. He had not expected He-san to have such a life-saving treasure. Again, he was going all out. Activating so near, yet worlds apart, he rammed towards He-san. At the same time, he activated the destructive energy, which not only wrapped around his hands, but also shot out from the 300 acupuncture points in his body. He was now like a hedgehog. Pung, he rammed into He-san. This human cannonball was even faster than the heavenly pattern jade. Naturally, He-san could not dodge it, and was instantly hit head-on. If he was still in his peak condition, then with his powerful battle prowess, the counterattack he launched would be enough to severely injure or even kill Ling Han. But now, he was forcefully sent flying, and the destructive energy stabbed madly towards him. Wang, another circle of golden talisman scripts flickered, transforming into a golden bell that protected He-san. Fuck, there's more. Ling Han could not help but complain. His mystic power had been exhausted, and he could not use so near, yet worlds apart again. But He-san's scalp was even more numb. He had used another life-saving chance, and the talisman soldier's energy had been completely exhausted. It had turned into dust, and could no longer protect him. He was extremely depressed. This time, he had really gone for wool and come home shorn. Not only had he not killed Ling Han and obtained the psychokinesis artifact, but he had also used up 2 life-saving chances. But he did not hesitate to turn around and run. If Ling Han used that kind of attack again, he would definitely not be able to withstand it. There was no other way. His current condition was too poor. Ling Han did not chase after him. He could not catch up at all. He sat down on the ground and hurriedly took out medicinal pills and swallowed them. But he had eaten too many medicinal pills in the past few days, and his body had developed a strong resistance to them. The effects were minimal. Fortunately, he did not encounter any enemies. The next day, when the sun rose, Ling Han hurriedly made use of the time to cultivate and recover his mystic power. Half an hour later, Ling Han felt refreshed, and he had recovered to his peak condition. However, now that he had recovered, He-san was probably almost at his peak as well. He would definitely come for him later. He was just about to get up, but his expression changed. Fuck, he was actually about to break through. The leap in his life level was already surging. Should he break through immediately, or should he temporarily suppress it? Ling Han thought about it and decided to break through. He only needed one more step, and he would be at the peak of Enlightening Realm, and he could break through to the Mystery-Seeking Realm. As long as he entered the Mystery-Seeking Realm, he would not need to fear He-san. Ling Han broke through. Boom! The shackles in his body were instantly shattered one by one. These 10 days of battle had completely squeezed out all of his potential, allowing him to usher in the current great explosion. But at this moment, a threatening chill approached, and He-san, who would not let go of him, came again. Chapter 36-38. He-san would never let Ling Han go. In terms of reputation, since he said he was going to kill Ling Han, he had to do it. Otherwise, wouldn't he ruin his reputation as the strongest youth of the Azure Dragon Empire? And from the perspective of benefits, Ling Han had grasped a great many astonishing treasure techniques, as well as a psychokinesis tool like the Heavenly Pattern Jade. He naturally wanted to obtain them, but he would have to kill Ling Han first. Moreover, he had used up 2 life-saving opportunities on Ling Han, which naturally made him want to take down Ling Han. Otherwise, it would be too much of a loss for him. Therefore, as soon as he recovered, he immediately ran back to where he came from. Die! He-san attacked with his sword, bursting with sword chi. Swish, swish, swish. The sky was densely covered like a rainstorm. Ling Han didn't hesitate and immediately ran. He was at the critical moment of breaking through and didn't have the time to fight with He-san. Swish, swish, swish. He executed so close, yet worlds apart several times. Under the violent vibrations, his body was immediately boiling. Originally, he could withstand it, but now that he was breaking through, his body was already undergoing a world-shaking transformation. After the impact, he immediately felt extremely uncomfortable and violently vomited a mouthful of blood. Again. Ling Han revealed a crazed expression and used the vibrations to break through the hidden acupoints. He actually succeeded, and 1 acupoint was suddenly opened. Very good. There were still 15 left. Right at this moment, He-san had already caught up. Damn, who's afraid of who? Ling Han didn't run. Since he couldn't use so close, yet worlds apart for now, he had no way to run. He rushed at He-san and executed the 3 styles of the war god. Facing these 3 immortal arts, He-san might have suffered countless losses, but he still couldn't suppress them. He could only retreat and didn't dare to face them head-on. 1 form, 2 forms, 3 forms. Finally 3 forms. He-san was startled. Why was Ling Han so slow this time? Not good. He suddenly realized that he had been tricked. Unfortunately, his reaction was too slow. Ling Han executed so close, yet worlds apart and instantly disappeared. The reason why he circulated the 3 styles of the war god so slowly was to stabilize the boiling in his body so that he could execute so close, yet worlds apart again. PFFF. Ling Han spat out another mouthful of blood. Although he had managed to buy himself some time, both the imminent, yet worlds apart and the 3 styles of the war god placed a huge burden on his body. How could he possibly recover? But at this time, he became even more crazy, and his eyes had already turned blood red. Open it, he roared. A few more shackles in his body were broken, and he had also opened 2 acupoints in one go. There were 13 more apertures. After a while, He-san came again. The ghost won't go away. Ling Han sighed in his heart. If He-san was really a ghost, he could use the 6 words wisdom ruler art to force him to retreat. Without hesitation, he charged forward again and took up the stance of the 3 forms of the Ares god. Do you know any other moves? He-san complained in his heart as he quickly retreated. However, he discovered that Ling Han did not use the 3 forms of the divine god of battle. He was only putting on a show. He had been tricked. He-san cried in his heart. That's right, Ling Han had just used the 3 forms of the Ares god. How could he use it a second time so quickly? He-san flew into a rage out of humiliation and hurriedly charged toward Ling Han. Ling Han snorted, took out the tombstone fragment, and smashed it at He-san. Boom, the brick was instantly entwined with heavy yin chi, as if there was a ghost that refused to disperse. Fuck, how did it mutate? Ling Han was also stunned. He had not used the tombstone fragment since he came to the Moonlight Planet, nor had he taken it out. Who would have thought that there would be such a huge change? Could it be that the tomb was buried here, and the fragment was stolen from here? That's why it mutated? The yin chi soared into the sky, and the scene was shocking. He-san's expression also changed greatly, and he hurriedly ran back. He only stopped when he was out of the range of the yin chi. He looked at Ling Han and said, "You really don't know what's good for you. You actually dared to use something with such heavy yin chi. I don't need to do anything now. You will be entwined with yin chi and die without any symptoms." This was not an exaggeration. After being hit by the brick, one would definitely be entwined with bad luck and extremely unlucky. Even the Hongtian steps, who had great luck, could not avoid it. He would be unlucky for a few months. Ling Han was now completely entwined with yin chi. He would not just be unlucky, but he would die. Then you wait. Ling Han ignored the yin qi and began to break through again. Crack, crack, crack. The shackles in his body shattered one after another, and the hidden acupoints were also rapidly opening up. 5, 7, 9, 15. There were only 3 left. However, at this time, Ling Han's progress slowed down, as if he had no strength to continue. This was obviously because he was disturbed by He-san and could not focus on breaking through, which was why this happened. Ling Han did not know if he would have another chance to break through the remaining 3 acupoints if he missed this opportunity. Thus, he had to resurrect from the dead. Break. He activated the plane in his body, and billions of living beings released their telekinesis, forming a driving force. Crack. The 16th acupoint opened. After a while, crack, the 17th acupoint opened. There was only 1 left. However, even though Ling Han was giving it his all, there was a limit to one's strength. His life energy began to drop, and the breakthrough was about to end. No. Ling Han revealed a crazed expression. He opened his mouth and took the initiative to absorb the yin qi. Right now, he needed energy and help. He did not care what it was, as long as it could help him open up another acupoint. Idiot! He-san shook his head. He had never seen such a retard. Did he want to die faster? However, after being stimulated, the yin qi became even more violent, boiling like water. Even He-san could not see clearly. All he could see was a lifeless black gas. As the yin qi entered his body, Ling Han shivered. This was not only the coldness of his body, but also the stillness of his soul, making him feel as if he was about to die. Break. However, Ling Han did not care. He activated this energy and once again stimulated the advancement of his life level, which was about to calm down. Boom, he had accidentally messed around, and actually succeeded. Crack, crack, crack. Another 3 shackles were shattered, and the 18th acupoint was also opened. A shocking scene appeared. All of Ling Han's acupoints lit up, like stars in the sky. At this moment, he seemed to have cultivated some kind of divine body. In just an instant, all the acupoints dimmed and temporarily returned to normal, waiting to explode. Boom, heaven and earth seemed to be enraged. There was the sound of thunder, and lightning flashed, as if it wanted to kill a certain rebellious person. Even the heaviest of yin qi could not withstand the wrath of heaven and earth. In just an instant, all the yin qi was dispersed. He-san finally saw Ling Han again, and he could not help but sneer. Although this brat seemed to be very lucky, and even the heavens were helping him, it was already too late. He had absorbed too much yin qi, and even breathing would cause death qi to emerge. There was still hope. Chapter 3640. Therefore, Ling Han had to choose carefully which part of his body should be developed into an arcana realm. There was only one chance. Once he made up his mind and entered the arcana realm, he could not change it. Was it the Dantian that most people would choose? The Dantian Sea of Qi could become an independent space that could store a large amount of arcana power. It was a good choice. Or the Sea of Consciousness, which could also be developed into an independent space. Dantian Ling Han shook his head. This was the choice of the masses. If he wanted to become the strongest, he could not choose the path of the masses. The Sea of Consciousness? That was the land of the spirit. Who knew what would happen if he put his spirit and psyche power together? But what choice did he have? No matter which part of his body, it was impossible to develop an independent space. Just like the meridians in the body, the space they could hold was limited. Ling Han's eyes lit up. He had an idea long ago, but he did not know if it could be successfully implemented. He had great ambition. He wanted to cultivate to a height that no one else could reach. Using the plane in his body as an arcana realm. How many planes were there in his body, and how big was the space? If he could develop all these planes into arcana realms, then he would not have to worry about not having enough power. Who could compete with him? More importantly, this was a path that no one had ever walked before. He had to explore it carefully. There was nothing he could learn from. But this was definitely the path that he wanted to pursue, so Ling Han could not back down. Come. He sat down cross-legged. He needed an absolutely quiet environment because he did not know how long it would take to complete the breakthrough. Fortunately, he had the void beast skin wrapped around his body. As long as he didn't truly break through, heaven and earth wouldn't interact with him. Naturally, his aura wouldn't leak out. If He-san found him again, It would definitely be his misfortune. Ling Han calmed his heart and thought. Turning the plane in his body into Arcana realm was just an idea, but how to implement it was not something that could be done just by thinking about it. He first simulated it, and after confirming that it would work, he finally started. The leap of life began. Ling Han was undergoing the last major upgrade of the mortal realm. Although he would be able to break through the shackles again, it would only be a minor cultivation supplement. It could not be compared to breaking through a major realm. It had begun. Ling Han activated the plane in his body. Naturally, he chose a super high-class plane as his first mystic realm. The plane had been formed a long time ago. It was ready-made, and there was no need for Ling Han to get it. However, how to open a passageway for the secret power to flow was the problem. Fortunately, Ling Han had experimented before. He had moved the living beings and objects out of his body. Although they were all crushed to dust by the power of the world, he had still gained some experience. He had to go in the same way he came out in the past. Furthermore, he had to open up a stable passageway. He couldn't unleash his might every time, and he had to squeeze out his secret energy like toothpaste. How the hell was he supposed to fight then? Therefore, for Ling Han, the key issue was how to open this passage. This sounded simple, but to open up the plane and meridians was not something that could be done with just a few words. Ling Han tried to build a passageway, but once the surging energy surged, the passageway was destroyed. He tried again, and it was destroyed again. Again. Ling Han continued to try, and though he ended up in failure every time, he was still able to learn from his mistakes every time, and improve himself. He didn't know how many times he had failed. When Ling Han was getting a little numb, a new passageway was formed, and secret power surged. It wasn't destroyed. Ling Han only reacted after a while. He had originally planned to build a new passageway. The secret power in his meridians seemed to have found a home, and they all surged toward this super high-class plane. In the future, his meridians would no longer be responsible for storing secret power. They would only be used for the secret power to flow. This would undoubtedly increase Ling Han's battle prowess by a large margin. However, the upgrade of his life force was not over yet. Ling Han continued to open up new passageways to connect to the plane. He was very fast. This did not involve opening up a mystic realm. He only needed to build a bridge, and it would be enough until he broke through to the celestial path. With such a long time, he had a great hope of building all the planes in his body with passageways, and turning them into places to store his secret power. Heaven and earth immediately reacted, and large amounts of dark clouds gathered. Thunder rumbled, and lightning flashed. Ling Han did not care at all. He tried his best to build passageways in his body. 100, 1,000, 10,000. Half a day passed, and Ling Han's upgrade of his life force finally stopped. He had also built more than 73,000 passageways, and connected to the same number of planes. Now, in terms of the upper limit of the secret power that could be stored, he could probably compare to a sect master or even a venerable. There was no end to the mystic realm. The open space could continue to expand as one's cultivation level increased. However, no matter how much it expanded, could it compare to a freak like Ling Han? He could also expand, turning each low-class plane into a medium, high-class, or even a super high-class plane. Of course, the problem now was not to increase the level of the plane, but how to fill up the existing planes. Previously, the mystical power stored in his meridians couldn't even fill up the first plane, which made Ling Han feel incredibly hungry. Of course, this wasn't because he wanted to eat, but rather because he needed to store more mystical power. He believed that this hunger would accompany him for a very, very long time, because his mystic realm was just too big. Moreover, with every upgrade of his life force, he would build more passageways, and his hunger would increase. Ling Han sighed. Others were worried that the mystic realm was not big enough, but he was actually worried that the mystic realm would be too big to fill up his foundation establishment or even cauldron forging. What kind of blissful worry was this? My current strength has undergone an earth-shattering change. Ling Han stood up, and a casual wave of his arms and legs seemed to be able to destroy heaven and earth. This was the ultimate power of the mortal realm. What about He-san? Come, let's see how I defeat this guy. Ling Han was not disappointed. Without the void beast skin to conceal his aura, He-san quickly found his way over. He looked coldly at Ling Han, his murderous aura materializing. Why aren't you attacking? Why aren't you running? He asked. Previously, when he caught up to Ling Han, he would either turn around and run, or he would charge at him and then run again. He had never been as calm as he was now. Ling Han smiled and said, "I want to give you a good beating, how can I run?" "Ha ha ha ha." He-san laughed. "That's really funny. If you hadn't mastered a godly escape technique, you would have been buried in the ground half a year ago. Come." Ling Han hooked his finger. In a battle of the same level, he was invincible. Chapter 36-41. He-san wasn't sure. In his impression, Ling Han wasn't someone who forced himself to be strong. This person was extremely slippery, and if he couldn't win, he would run without any hesitation. But now, Jiang Yi wasn't running, wasn't using the three axes technique, and looked like he was going to fight him head-on. Could it be that he was plotting something? "You really dare to fight me?" He-san said indifferently. "Today, I'll let you kneel and sing the song of conquest." Ling Han laughed. What a crafty mouth. He-san snorted and charged at Ling Han, the long sword in his hand flying. The sword slashed across, and the sword aura soared into the sky. It had to be said that He-san was indeed powerful. If he was still in the secret realm, he would definitely be one of the top experts and a 3-star genius. But now that he was pushed back from the cast tripod realm, his combat power could only be stronger. He was almost comparable to the 4-star geniuses of the secret realm, enough to sweep across this realm. The problem was, Ling Han had already surpassed the level of a 4-star genius. After opening 360 major acupoints, it was equivalent to him breaking through another limit. If he advanced into the mystery-seeking tier on this basis, just what level would his battle prowess reach? Ling Han went up and swung his iron fist, wrapped with the power of gold. Bang! The fist smashed onto the sword, and a huge ball of light burst out. It was like a meteor colliding, forming a huge explosion. A figure flew out from the explosion faster than the energy transmission. It was He-san. This wasn't the first time he was sent flying by Ling Han. He was sent flying after taking on the 3 styles of the war god. But that was the 3 styles of the war god. Ling Han could only use 3 styles with all his might, and he couldn't use them consecutively. But now, Ling Han just used a simple punch. Bang! He-san fell to the ground, and he immediately got up. He didn't suffer any injuries, but his expression was as if he had seen a ghost. He was actually not a match for a single punch from Ling Han? That wasn't the 3 styles of the war god. How could it be? What's impossible about that? Ling Han said indifferently. In a battle of the same level, I'm naturally invincible. He-san could not understand why Ling Han would suddenly become so powerful. This was completely illogical. Even if he had stepped into the celestial path, he would still be suppressed by the heaven and earth and fall back to the mystic realm. His combat strength would still increase, but it would definitely be limited. It wouldn't be too exaggerated. However, Ling Han's current battle prowess was more than 10 times stronger than before. This was completely unrealistic. Are you surprised? Are you surprised? Ling Han's foot tapped against the ground, and he caught up to He-san. He punched out again. He-san slapped out a palm to meet the attack, but as soon as the fist and palm collided, He-san was blasted away. It was like a child going head-on against a strong man, and the gap between them was extremely wide. Ling Han gave chase again, punching out with his iron fists. Pang pang pang. He-san could only defend passively. He kept retreating and being sent flying. Heaven Shadow Sword. He-san roared, and with a slash of his sword, blue energy surged, forming a terrifying destructive force. Finally, Ling Han was forced to stop, and he was able to catch his breath. He-san supported himself with his sword, gasping for air. How was this possible? He had used his ultimate move, but he could only force Ling Han to stop for a moment. It was just like when Ling Han used the 3 styles of the war god. On the surface, it looked impressive, but in reality, it was just a show of strength. He-san suddenly had an epiphany, and he exclaimed, "You did break through, but it wasn't the celestial path, but the mystic realm." Now everything made sense. Ling Han couldn't help but sneer. "You finally realized it." He-san was speechless. Only now did he realize that Ling Han was not bragging when he said he was invincible in the same level. He really was that powerful. Even if Ling Han had clearly explained it to him at that time, he would definitely not have believed him. Ling Han was only in the opening aperture tier and was able to barely stand against him. There was someone in the world who was more monstrous than him, and by so much. Wasn't it a joke? But now, without Ling Han's explanation, He-san realized it himself. He was really an unparalleled monstrous talent. Should he still fight? He-san didn't think he had any chance of winning. His opponent could almost compete with him at the opening realm, and now that he had reached a new level, his strength had increased tremendously. Get out. Leave this place. He was at the cast tripod realm. No matter how monstrous Ling Han was, as long as there was no suppression from heaven and earth, even if Ling Han was a 10-star genius, He-san could still suppress him with one finger. With this thought, He-san was determined to retreat. You want to leave? Impossible. Ling Han shook his head. It would have been fine if He-san had decided to escape from the beginning, but now that He-san was here, he still wanted to leave? Hee. I admit that your talent is among the top in the star universe, but if you want to keep me here, bang. He-san wanted to say a few words to show his authority, but before he could finish his sentence, he was sent flying. Ling Han twisted his neck and moved his shoulders. It was He-san who sent He-san flying with close, yet worlds apart. With his strong physique, this kind of collision was nothing. But He-san was miserable. Close, yet worlds apart was extremely fast. Even if Ling Han's body weight was only slightly more than 50 kilograms, the impact at such a high speed was still terrifying. At least 2 of his bones were broken, and his face was extremely pale. He-san's face was full of anger. He had never been treated like this before. Before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted in such a rude way. But there was nothing he could do. This method might be simple and crude, but its power was extremely domineering. It was using brute force to crush and eat. He-san roared and waved his sword to attack. Ling Han raised his fist and punched at He-san. Under the powerful force, He-san's sword was immediately thrown out of his hand. He retreated again and again, blood dripping from his right hand. That blow just now had torn the web between his thumb and forefinger. Ling Han strode forward. He opened his 8 heavenly circuit acupoints, forming a dazzling starlight screen. He-san looked a little lost. How can you be so powerful? This is impossible. This is impossible. Although he knew that Ling Han had broken through to the secret realm, which caused his combat power to soar, he still couldn't understand how the secret realm could be so powerful. Was he a 4-star genius? No, he was now comparable to a 4-star genius in the secret realm. Even if he was slightly weaker, it would not be by much. A 4-star genius could not beat him so easily. 5-star genius. He was extremely jealous. Not to mention 5-star geniuses. Even 4-star geniuses only existed in legends. A 3-star genius like him could never hope to catch up to them. But now, he found out that he had actually encountered a 5-star genius. Nothing is impossible. Ling Han threw a punch. He didn't need to use any secret method at all. One punch was enough. Bang! He-san tried his best to resolve it. He used his ultimate move, but the result was that he could only barely resolve it. His ultimate move could only resolve a casual punch from someone else. Who the hell are you? He-san gritted his teeth. You are definitely not from Moonlight Star. There's no such thing as you. Chapter 3642. Ling Han smiled. When you wanted to kill me, you didn't care who I was. Now that I'm killing you, you don't need to know who I am. Humph, if we weren't here, I could crush you with one hand, He-san said through gritted teeth. Ha 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 ha. Ling Han laughed, his face full of disdain. I am the descendant of a great emperor. I have countless secret treasures on me. If I really want to fight in the outside world, I can take out my ancestral artifact and slaughter even a saint. Fuck. Wasn't it just bragging? He didn't know how to He-san's entire body shook. A descendant of the arch with an ancestral artifact? What kind of terrifying existence was that? Other than the ancestral king, the sages were invincible, but in the face of an emperor weapon or an ancestral artifact, they could only bow their heads. This young man is actually a descendant of the ancestral king. No wonder he's so monstrous. Ling Han burst into laughter again and shook his head. I'm just joking with you. I'm destined to be the emperor. Why would I need to rely on the blessings of the ancestors? He-san couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. How dare you say that? Although it was said that martial artists who didn't want to become ancestral kings weren't good martial artists, everyone knew their own limits. Even geniuses like He-san knew that the limit of their achievements in this life was likely to be at the cult master level. To become a venerable. Unless he had a heaven-defying opportunity and obtained a heaven-defying fortune, why was there only one venerable one on the Moonlight planet after so many years? Therefore, there were even fewer saints. Any saint could sweep through the universe. If the great emperor didn't come out, who could compete with them? However, for Ling Han to confidently say that he wanted to become an emperor, wasn't this a great joke? Even if you were 10 times more talented, you would only have a 1 in 10,000 chance of becoming a martial sage, not to mention becoming a martial emperor. What a joke, he said coldly. Whether or not it's a joke, you'll know in the future. But you won't be able to see that day. Ling Han attacked once more, punching out with an ordinary fist that seemed capable of destroying heaven and earth. He-san fought back, but every time he received a blow, he would vomit blood. He was no match for Ling Han. Ling Han is invincible in the battle of the same level. He-san had to unleash his blue energy to be able to match it, but it consumed too much of his energy. After a few attacks, he was already out of breath. Ling Han had also lost his patience. Originally, He-san could be his whetstone, but now that he had entered the secret-seeking realm, his once powerful opponent was so vulnerable that it was not enough for him to go all out. To kill, he circulated the destructive energy and wrapped it around his fists as he faced He-san's blue energy head-on. This was a confrontation between two high-level energies. Boom, the fist and the sword collided, and He-san was sent flying. The blue energy instantly shattered, and the destructive energy wreaked havoc. Although they were both high-level energies, there was a qualitative difference. It could only be said that they were of a higher level than mystical powers, but there were also rankings among high-level energies. Hong, under the assault of the destructive energy, He-san instantly disappeared. So clean? Ling Han was shocked. With He-san's strength, he shouldn't have been able to completely obliterate him with a single blow. Ling Han looked at the sky. There were 2 pieces of paper talismans falling down. Even the destructive energy did not destroy them. Instead, it looked like they had been burned by themselves. Death Substitute Talisman. 10,000 Miles Escape Talisman. He summoned Tang Yun-er, and the little girl immediately cried out when she saw the 2 pieces of paper talismans. Hearing the name, Ling Han understood. Not only did He-san not die, but he had also escaped. The Death Substitute Talisman had saved He-san from being killed by the destructive energy, and the 10,000 Miles Escape Talisman had instantly sent him tens of thousands of miles away. Sigh, there were so many benefits to having a strong martial artist standing behind him. Just now, he had the talisman soldier to block the fatal attack. Ling Han felt a little regretful. This was supposed to be a fat sheep. If he could capture him, he would definitely be able to make a fortune. Handsome big brother, you finally beat that guy? The little girl asked. Ling Han smiled and nodded. I won. Then we can finally leave this damn place, right? The little girl's mouth was crooked. What had they been eating these past few months? She could not stand it. Ling Han arrived at the agreed place. 2 days later, the 7 children and Shen Hanyun arrived. Everyone gathered the essence of the earth together. Not only did they fuse together a portion of the earth crystal yuan, but they also had a surplus, enough to make up for half a portion of the earth crystal yuan. Unfortunately, everyone wanted to vomit here, so they naturally had no interest in fighting anymore, except for Shen Hanyun. He said that he had nothing to do anyway, so he wanted to continue killing monsters with the remaining earth essence until he could gather another portion of the earth crystal yuan. Ling Han knew that this guy wanted to find something to do. Otherwise, he would lose his life goal, and he would only be left at a loss. He patted Shen Hanyun's shoulder and left. After leaving the Rolling Stones wasteland, the little girl summoned the flying shuttle, and the 2 of them boarded it. Xiao. They immediately flew into the sky. Farewell for now, Moonlight Star. Ling Han looked back, and he said in his heart that it would not be long before he returned to this place. At that time, he would settle the score with the Pang and Shu families, and if he encountered He-san, he did not mind stepping on him. Xiao, the flying shuttle was extremely fast, and soon, it entered the starry sky and began to travel through the space nodes. Once, twice, thrice, after about 2 months, they finally returned to Heavenly Sea Star. It had been more than a year since they last saw each other. Be careful, don't bump into anyone again, Ling Han warned in advance. This little girl was completely a spoiler. I know. The little girl nodded, but looking at her fanatical expression, It was clear that she was just perfunctory with Ling Han. Sure enough, she controlled the flying shuttle to descend, aiming directly at a sect. Hong, after crashing into a mountain peak. This mountain peak was forcibly disintegrated. Countless crushed rocks fell, dust and sand filled the sky, enveloping an area of several dozen li. Taking advantage of the chaos, Ling Han hurriedly grabbed the little girl and ran away. Fortunately, this sect did not pledge allegiance to Xianbei country, so it would be a lesson for them. After spending another 3 days, Ling Han finally returned to the imperial capital. Yo, I haven't seen you for more than a year, and you've become more beautiful. Ling Han entered the External Affairs Department, and after seeing Princess Bai Xiao, he could not help but say with a smile. If there was any change in the External Affairs Department, it would be that it was much more deserted. Not to say that it was completely deserted, but in fact, it was not much better. Now that the forces that should have surrendered had surrendered, the External Affairs Department naturally existed in name only. Princess Bai Xiao was indeed more radiant and elegant, but it was not that her appearance had changed, but as she walked further on the path of immortality, her temperament naturally became more ethereal and lively. Seeing her, everyone's first reaction was that she was a fairy descending to the mortal world. Princess Bai Xiao couldn't help but be speechless. Now only Ling Han still dared to flirt with her like this, but the key was that this guy didn't have the slightest bit of crooked thoughts, and was completely teasing her, making her unable to get angry even if she wanted to. You're back. Now the situation in the imperial capital has changed greatly, she said. Chapter 3644. Although martial art had recovered and modern technology could no longer compete with warriors, some things were still very practical. For example, cars. Ling Han and Princess Bai Xiao sat in a long limousine. It was very cool, but it was too slow. It took them more than 40 minutes to finally reach the vicinity of the palace. Originally, this was a forbidden area, and the driver could not go any further. But this time, Ling Han and Princess Bai Xiao had invitations, so they let the driver continue. At the entrance of the palace, they were stopped. After carefully checking their invitations, they were allowed to pass. The driver was extremely excited. Naturally, he could not enter the palace, but not only did he enter, but he also drove in. It made him feel like he was in a dream. Soon, the car arrived at Jiuhua Palace. The driver refused to accept the money. Sirs, it's all thanks to you that I have the chance to enter the palace and realize my lifelong dream. How can I accept your money? With that, Ling Han and Princess Bai Xiao no longer insisted and got out of the car. It was not yet time for the banquet, but there was already a sea of people here. Obviously, this time, the Empress and Imperial concubines had invited many people, but the External Affairs Hall only had 2 invitations. That was because the princes and the External Affairs Hall did not have a good relationship, so they only gave 2 invitations. It seemed that all the clans in the imperial capital had been invited, but many people were not qualified to enter the palace, so they could only join in the fun outside. But for these people, being able to enter the palace was already glorious. Not only were there clans in the imperial capital, but there were also sects that had submitted to Xianbei country. Who would dare to ignore an invitation from the Empress? This was the wife of a spirit transformation perfected lord, so they had to give her face no matter what. Therefore, today was really a day of stars surrounding the moon. Ling Han and Princess Bai Xiao were very low-key and did not greet anyone. However, Princess Bai Xiao was too beautiful. Once she got out of the car, she became the focus of everyone's attention. Pairs of eyes stared at her without blinking. Even now, the number of newly advanced immortal path powerhouses was extremely limited. As for women, there was only Princess Bai Xiao. Even if she was not attractive, she would still receive a lot of attention, not to mention her otherworldly beauty. The 2 of them couldn't keep a low profile even if they wanted to. The crowd was discussing fervently. The news of the arrival of the 2 manor heads of the Department of External Affairs spread like wildfire. Ling Han didn't mind. If they knew, then so be it. If they were afraid of trouble, he wouldn't have come. After entering the hall, the 2 of them found their positions. However, the infuriating thing was that not only were their positions not next to each other, but Ling Han was also far behind Princess Bai Xiao. Is that against the rules? Ling Han touched his chin and said, "You're the princess that His Majesty personally conferred, so it's reasonable to put you in front." Princess Bai Xiao frowned. This is obviously a show of strength to embarrass you. You're just going to endure it? This was not in line with Ling Han's personality. Ling Han smiled. Look at what you're saying. Am I the kind of person who would haggle over every ounce and seek revenge for the smallest grievance? Princess Bai Xiao did not say anything, but her eyes were filled with certainty. It's fine. Believe me, I've been cultivating recently. As long as others don't step on my head, I won't bother about it. Ling Han smiled. Princess Bai Xiao did not believe it, but she did not say anything and went to the front. She was extremely beautiful. Now that she had entered the immortal path, her temperament was ethereal and moving. Naturally, she was immediately surrounded by the stars. All the princes surrounded her and tried to curry favor with her. Not to mention anything else. Just the fact that she was the first person to enter the immortal path after the world recovered made her worthy of marrying. Not only the princes, but the guests were also very interested in Princess Bai Xiao. They were not afraid of the princes at all and also came up to curry favor with her. At 7 o'clock, the sky was completely dark, and the guests had all arrived. Empress Ma and the imperial concubines came out one after another, and the entire hall was silent. Although their strength was sparse and ordinary, they were the wives and concubines of perfected Lord Spirit transformation, so they naturally had to be respected. After a few words from the ladies, the banquet began. Ling Han just ate silently. He did not want to lower himself to the level of these women. Speaking of which, they were all his juniors, so he was too embarrassed to argue with them. Of course, the prerequisite was that they did not provoke him. With Chen Fengyan's prestige, the atmosphere was quite harmonious. Everyone complimented the eldest prince and the others, saying that they were dragons and phoenixes among men, and that their future achievements would not lose to Chen Fengyan's. Blah blah blah. Ling Han wanted to sleep listening to them. In his opinion, other than the eldest prince who had some potential, the other princes were all mediocre. At most, they would advance to the cauldron casting realm. Bai Xiao. Empress Ma suddenly changed the topic to Princess Bai Xiao. You've been in the imperial capital for 2 years, right? Yes. Princess Bai Xiao said gently, although she could kill the lady sitting on the main seat with a wave of her hand. Empress Ma nodded and continued. So much time has passed. Have you thought clearly about which prince you want to marry? This was a forced marriage. When the demon princess entered the imperial capital, she came with the mission of marriage. She wanted to marry one of the princes, but it was up to her to decide which one to marry. Now, Empress Ma was forcing Princess Bai Xiao to make a choice. Everyone was paying close attention, and the eldest imperial prince and the others all wore proud expressions. There were even a few who looked at Ling Han provocatively. Why do you think you're sitting here? I want you to see this scene with your own eyes. No matter what choice Princess Bai Xiao made, it was like keeping the goodies within the family. She was going to marry a prince, and Ling Han had no fate with her. Ling Han did not say anything. He wanted to see how Princess Bai Xiao would choose. At most, he would use his identity as Chen Fengyan's uncle and slap them all. Princess Bai Xiao smiled and said, Bai Xiao is focusing on cultivation now. Your Highnesses, after entering the immortal path, your lifespans are at least 1,000 years, so there is no need to be anxious. How can this be? Empress Ma shook her head. As the saying goes, only when you have a family can you be at ease. Bai Xiao, do you think that no prince is worthy of you? Her words were very harsh. Empress Ma, you're going too far. A young man suddenly stood up. I think Lady Bai Xiao is right. As cultivators, we should put aside our personal feelings and pursue the supreme Tao. His name was Zhu Sen, and he was a foundation establishment expert. His grandfather was also a spirit transformation perfected lord, so he did not need to be afraid of Empress Ma. Yes. Another young man stood up with a wine glass in his hand, looking extremely casual. Moreover, marriage depends on the wishes of both parties. What's the point of forcing them to be together? His name was Zhou Yang, and he was also a guest from outer space. His background was not inferior to Zhu Sen's. Chapter 36-45. Empress Ma's expression was a bit ugly. She had used this banquet to force Princess Bai Xiao to make a stand, but she didn't expect the 2 extraterrestrial visitors to intervene. What does it have to do with you? She knew that Zhu Sen and Zhou Yang must have taken a fancy to Princess Bai Xiao, which was why they were speaking up for justice. But she couldn't do anything about it. Their background was no weaker than hers. What could she use to suppress them? Moreover, the situation on Heavenly Ocean was very delicate. Although Chen Fengyan could withstand the pressure of the other 4 perfected cultivators, what about a few more? Therefore, Empress Ma didn't dare to be stubborn and make another strong enemy for Chen Fengyan. She was so flustered that she couldn't speak at all. Seeing this, Imperial concubine Lu quickly said, "Okay, let's talk about Bai Shao later. Today is a joyous day for the princes. Come, let's drink." Congratulations to the princes for crossing the immortal gate and becoming a foundation establishment cultivator. Embark on the immortal path and pursue the great path. This is the fortune of our dynasty. Everyone was flattering them, but the extraterrestrial visitors were disdainful. What a group of uncivilized people. Was it worth being so excited about crossing the immortal path? Wasn't it a matter of course to become a foundation establishment cultivator on their planet? With the background of a spirit transformation cultivator, it would be strange if they couldn't embark on the immortal path. It couldn't be helped. This planet had just recovered, and it was normal for martial art to wither. If the cage hadn't been opened in advance, these extraterrestrial visitors would have been invincible. The eldest prince and the others were all glowing. Today was the beginning of their lives. The immortal path was a height that they could only look up to in the past. Now that they had set foot on it, they would reach the peak in the future. With a perfected cultivator father to protect them, their future was limitless. I'm Zhou Yang, and I've just reached the Heaven Foundation realm. However, I'm willing to seal my cultivation to the mortal foundation realm and ask for advice from the princes. At this moment, a discordant voice was heard. The extraterrestrial visitor Zhou Yang stood up again and provoked the eldest prince. To accept or not to accept? He had to accept the challenge. The other party had already named him by name and said that he would seal his cultivation. If he still did not dare to accept the challenge, where would the face of the royal family be? Empress Ma, Imperial concubine Lu, and the others looked gloomy. These extraterrestrial visitors really didn't give them any face. Just now they spoke up for Princess Bai Shao, and now they challenged Prince Zhu La. However, the other party's background was very strong and Xianbei country could not afford to make another strong enemy, so they could not afford to offend him. Taking a step back, even if they wanted to suppress it, there was nothing they could do. Zhou Yang was a foundation establishment expert, but how many experts did the royal family have? Were they going to let the sects that had pledged allegiance to them take action? That would be hilarious. The royal family was too weak. Therefore, after the princes looked at each other, the 13th prince stepped out first and said, "Then let me experience it." Zhou Yang sneered, "Please." The 13th prince was suppressed in just 10 moves. "Young Master Zhou, what's the point of using cultivation to suppress people?" An official said. He had received Empress Ma's permission. Otherwise, how could a small engravement realm cultivator like him dare to challenge a foundation establishment cultivator? Zhou Yang did not say anything and only slapped at the 10th prince. Boom! A terrifying power surged. The 10th prince could not resist it at all and was instantly sent flying. This was the answer. Look, if I show my foundation establishment strength, I'll be this strong. Moreover, he was using the 10th prince to show his true battle prowess. What kind of contempt was this? So what if it was the royal family? He did not fear them at all. They were not Chen Fengyan. Everyone was speechless. Zhou Yang did not use cultivation to win against the 13th prince. It was just that his battle prowess was too strong. Let this king experience for a bit. The 9th prince walked out. His figure was shockingly tall and sturdy, as if he was a violent bear. "Make your move," Zhou Yang said indifferently. The 9th prince made his move, but he was defeated in just 10 moves. 2 consecutive defeats. The 7th prince also stood out and said, "Brother Zhou's strength is truly extraordinary. Let me experience it for a bit." He was proficient in telekinesis. After stepping onto the path of immortality, it had been completely developed. He was confident that he would not lose to the first prince, who had an innate divine physique. The 7th prince attacked with a thought. Swish, swish, swish. Countless short swords flew out from his body, filling the sky as they shot towards Zhou Yang. What powerful telekinesis! Zhou Yang revealed a serious expression. The attacks of telekinesis cultivators were strange and could be launched from any angle. It was impossible to defend against. However, he was not afraid. How strong could someone from a backward land of martial art be? The 7th prince wasn't too bad. At one point, he was evenly matched with Xueqi. But just as everyone was cheering for him, thinking that he would be able to save face for Xianbei country, Xueqi suddenly exploded and defeated the 7th prince in 2 or 3 moves. Ling Han could see clearly that the 7th prince had lost because he did not have a good telekinesis artifact. If the 7th prince had the heavenly pattern jade, Xueqi would have a headache 100 times over. But with the 7th prince's defeat, the other princes, with the exception of the 1st prince, gave up on the idea of attacking. They had fought amongst themselves, and the 7th prince's battle prowess was second only to the 1st prince. In an instant, everyone's gazes were focused on the 1st prince. The 1st prince had no choice but to act. The dignity of the royal family and Xianbei country rested on his shoulders. He had to defend this pass. But he had no confidence at all. His opponent was so strong that even an innate divine physique like him had no chance of winning. As the two fought, the 1st prince quickly went all out and even used his innate mystique. Countless rays of green light rained down from the sky. That's a mystique. Xueqi was knowledgeable. I didn't expect you to have an innate divine physique. Innate divine physiques were too rare, at least not for him. Even if the 1st prince was only a 9th grade innate divine physique, he was still extremely powerful. The moment he used his mystique, he immediately gained the upper hand. Everyone cheered loudly, finally regaining their momentum. But the foreign guests were extremely calm. Innate divine physiques were indeed powerful, but after stepping onto the path of immortality, those who used divine stones as their foundation were not weak. Some of the top-grade divine stones could even match up to 2nd-grade divine physiques. As expected, Xueqi quickly began to counterattack. He used a powerful immortal art and blocked the 1st prince's mystique. Although the mystique was powerful, it could not be used indefinitely. It was a huge burden on the body and could only be used as an ultimate move. Thus, once the eldest prince's explosive period was over, he immediately fell into a predicament where he could not make ends meet and was quickly defeated. At this point, the 1st prince's army was completely annihilated. Xueqi revealed a proud expression. Is there any other prince who wants to challenge me? Everyone was speechless. Their skills were inferior, so it would only be more embarrassing to say such words. Ha ha ha. The foreign guests laughed disdainfully. The primitive lands were so weak that they could not even withstand a single blow. The officials of Xianbei country felt their faces burning. They could not bear to be slapped in the face in their own court. But there was nothing they could do. Who asked the princes to be weaker than them? Was there anyone who could stand up and beat these fellows up? Could it be that in such a huge planet, in such a huge country, there was not a single true genius? Unfortunately, Hong Tianbu had betrayed them. Otherwise, he would definitely be able to turn the tide. Battle of the same level. Amidst the silence, a lazy voice rang out. Let me teach you a lesson. Chapter 36-46. And then someone else jumps out. Everyone turned to look at the source of the sound, and they were all stunned. So it was this guy. The imperial capital's pride, other than Hong Tianbu, there was also Ling Han faced with so many pairs of eyes. Ling Han was still eating slowly, as if the bold words just now didn't come from his mouth. Xueqi sneered. A puny arcana seeking realm dares to challenge me? Ling Han was not moved. He said lightly, come, suppress your cultivation to the secret-seeking realm. I will defeat you within 10 moves. One more move and I will make an exception to take you as my godson. Fuck, why is this guy so mean? Xueqi was enraged. And do you want to die? Do you dare or not? Just say it. Ling Han goaded him. I wouldn't dare. Xueqi shook his head. It's just disdain. Ling Han thought for a moment, then took out the heavenly rune jade and shook it. I'll use this as a wager. Whoever can defeat me in a battle of the same level can take this away. Psychokinesis Dharma Artifact. Heavenly Rune Jade. Xueqi, Zhu Sen, and the others exclaimed in surprise, revealing looks of envy. Of course they knew what it was. Telekinesis artifacts were extremely rare, so even though it was only a 2-star material, it was still enough to tempt them. Even Life Core Realm warriors would treat it as a treasure. I'll do it. I'll fight you. No, let me do it. Xueqi and the others shouted anxiously. They all wanted to fight with Ling Han. How could there be a genius in a backward place like heavenly starry sky? Therefore, whoever made the first move would be able to obtain the heavenly rune jade. Ling Han grinned. If you want to challenge me, it's simple. Take out a treasure of equal value. Wait, when did it become a challenge? Didn't you jump out on your own? However, the heavenly rune jade was too precious, so they couldn't be bothered with it. I have a 300-year-old yellow ginseng here. It can replenish your qi and blood. It can save your life. Zhou Yang was the first to speak. He took out a ginseng and placed it on the table. All right, let's fight. Ling Han nodded. Zhou Yang walked over, suppressing his cultivation as he walked. The aura of the immortal path immediately disappeared. Right now, he was only searching for the secret realm. Ling Han stood with his hands behind his back. Those who want to challenge me line up. You must take out something good. If you don't have something good, I won't accept the challenge. Damn, you're too arrogant. You think you've beaten Zhou Yang before the fight even starts? As the person in question, Zhou Yang was naturally the most furious. In this primitive land, there was actually someone who dared to look down on him like this. He snorted. You really don't know what you're talking about. Zhou Yang took a step forward, dashing towards Ling Han. He was already impatient. He wanted to defeat Ling Han so that he wouldn't be annoyed. Facts trump all. I'll let you have 10 moves. Ling Han casually parried, only defending and not attacking. Zhou Yang didn't know Ling Han's strength, so he assumed that Ling Han didn't even have the strength to fight back. He snorted and increased the intensity of his attacks. Ling Han only exchanged a few moves and was sure that Zhou Yang was a one-star genius. But now that he had suppressed his cultivation to the secret realm, his battle strength was close to 2 stars. He was extraordinary. No wonder he could sweep away the Crown Prince. Even the Crown Prince with his innate divine body wasn't his match. One-star geniuses were indeed strong. Coupled with the profound immortal techniques, even the Crown Prince couldn't beat him. Seeing that Ling Han only defended and didn't attack, everyone felt that it was normal. Zhou Yang was an alien. Didn't he see that even the Crown Prince and the others were defeated? It wasn't strange that Ling Han couldn't beat him. But didn't it hurt that he was so high profile just now and now he was slapped in the face? This was also a disgrace to Xianbei country. If Ling Han unleashed his might, then he would be able to insta-kill Zhou Yang with a single strike. However, if that was the case, who would still be willing to bet with him? There was no profit to be made. Therefore, Ling Han was casting a long line to catch a big fish. If the 7 kids were here, with their understanding of Ling Han, they would have known that Ling Han was cheating again. After a few hundred moves, Ling Han finally showed his strength and defeated Zhou Yang with a slight advantage. Thanks. Ling Han walked over and picked up the 300-year-old yellow ginseng. Then with an arrogant look he said, Is there anyone else who can beat this alien who can't even withstand a single blow? Hearing this, Zhu Sen and the others were furious. This kid was too arrogant. He only beat Zhou Yang by 1 move. It was all luck. What was there to be proud of? Everyone, make way. I'll take care of this kid. A man in green walked out. He took out a piece of green metal and put it on the table. This is a 1-star material, misery green gold. Is it enough? Of course, a 1-star material couldn't be compared to a 2-star material. Moreover, the heavenly rune jade was a telekinesis instrument. It was far more precious than ordinary 2-star materials. Ling Han didn't care. He just wanted to make some extra money. It's not enough, but it doesn't matter. You're going to lose anyway, Ling Han said provocatively. You're really arrogant. The man in green rushed over and launched a fierce attack. Ling Han was still the same. He didn't win with a single blow. Instead, he fought with his opponent, giving others the illusion that the two of them were about the same level. After a few hundred moves, Ling Han finally strengthened his attack and defeated the man in green. 2 consecutive victories. This time, everyone looked at Ling Han in a new light. In the first battle, Ling Han was just lucky. His 2 consecutive victories were enough to prove it. This wasn't luck. Ling Han put away the misery green gold. Sigh, can't you send a decent opponent? Sigh, none of them are enough for me. This was too arrogant, too crazy. You're just a small pawn from a backwater land. How dare you talk so big? Another alien stood out and put down a pill. This is the 3 transformations pill, a quasi 1-star pill. It can promote the evolution of one's vitality. It'll be very beneficial to you. Ling Han couldn't help but be disappointed. Although the 3 transformations pills effects were exactly what he needed, he'd already taken the 5 elements fortune pill. There was no point in taking another pill with similar effects. Otherwise, wouldn't it be better to refine 2 5 elements fortune pills? Forget it, if he didn't use it himself, he could give it to others. I'll just force myself. Ling Han waved his hand. Damn. You're even looking down on me? Let's fight. The battle began. Ling Han used the same old rules, dragging out the opponent for 300 moves before defeating him. 3 consecutive victories. Ling Han became more and more arrogant. Attracting hatred was too easy for him. All he had to do was act as himself. One after another, the alien guests jumped out. They couldn't take this provocation. It was too infuriating. One went up, one died. Not a single person could defeat Ling Han. 9 battles. 9 victories. This time, the alien guests were all dumbfounded. 9 battles. 9 victories. Although they were all won with great difficulty, it was enough to prove the problem. Ling Han was very, very strong. Although he was very arrogant, making people gnash their teeth in hatred. Is there anyone else? Ling Han asked with a smile. He swept his gaze around, but no one answered him. Right now, everyone had to consider whether they were stronger than the previous 9 people. Otherwise, if they went up, they would only be giving up a defeat, and would only be humiliating themselves. I'll go. After a long time, Zhu Sen walked out. Chapter 36-48. A Beautiful Romance. After the silhouette finished speaking, its body turned into fragments of light and disappeared. What was this Chen Fengyan busy with all day? Why did he always send out his clones and thoughts? It was almost impossible to see his real body. Could it be that he was trying to break through to the 4 extremities and become a sect master level cultivator? That was possible. That was why he was very patient now. As long as he became a sect master level cultivator, how could the likes of the primordial true sovereign be his match? The impending conflict was resolved, but the atmosphere could not return to how it was before. The extraterrestrial visitors all had ugly expressions. They were actually suppressed by a secret realm cultivator, which made them feel suffocated. But in a battle of the same level, they really were not his match. Humph, what's the point of being invincible in the secret realm? Yes, during the Spring Immortals Gate, how many geniuses died? I can only show off now. When I step onto the path of immortality, I'll fight at the same level and kill them as easily as turning my palm. Foundation establishment is the starting point of cultivation. It's meaningless compared to the mortal realm. Not long after, these extraterrestrial visitors all started to get high and belittle Ling Han without a care for the facts. This was very infuriating. They were obviously no match for him in a battle of the same level, but they still wanted to ridicule him. Ling Han did not say anything. He only took out the treasures he had just won and placed them on the table one by one. Immediately, the extraterrestrial visitors were speechless. These bets were their humiliation and also Ling Han's battle achievements. What else could they say? The banquet continued, but everyone lost interest. The guests from beyond the stars all hoped that the banquet would end quickly so that they could leave. Meanwhile, the officials of Black North Country were discussing fervently about Ling Han. As expected, His Imperial Majesty still thought highly of this young genius. Should he find a chance to shove a married woman from his clan into the Ministry of External Affairs? The main characters of this banquet were clearly the eldest prince and the others, but now everyone was thinking about Ling Han. It was just that different people had different feelings. Seeing this, Empress Ma also felt that there was no point in continuing the banquet. She stood up and was about to announce the end of the banquet. But at this moment, boom, a shooting star suddenly streaked across the sky. It looked so familiar. Not good, it was Tang Yun that little lowly, who drove the shuttle over again. Just as Ling Han was about to use so close, yet worlds apart to leave, he discovered that the meteor had actually come to a sudden stop in midair. It was no more than 100 feet above their heads. It wasn't Tang Yun Ling Han said in his heart. Firstly, the little lowly didn't have such good skills. Secondly, the appearance of the shuttle was also different. Very good. With so many people here, it will save me a lot of time. A voice came from the flying shuttle. I'm the envoy of the Golden Origin Holy Land. I'm here for the Golden Origin Fruit Festival that will be held in a year. Gold Origin Holy Land. Metal Essence Fruit Gathering. All of a sudden, the extraterrestrial visitors became extremely excited. They naturally knew what the Golden Origin Holy Land meant. Only forces that had produced sages were qualified to be called sacred grounds. The flying shuttle slowly came to a stop, and then a middle-aged man walked out from inside. His expression was strangely arrogant. Come to think of it, it was understandable that his eyes grew on his forehead as he came from the forces of the saints. "Greetings, sir." The extraterrestrial visitors all bowed in unison, their faces full of smiles. Seeing their expressions, no matter how stupid the people of Xianbei were, they knew that the Golden Origin Holy Land was incomparably powerful. This Metal Essence Fruit Festival would probably be extremely grand, and they would be able to obtain great benefits. The middle-aged man's expression was reserved. Although he was only in the Foundation Establishment realm, with his background, even Life Core realm cultivators would be very polite to him. He was very satisfied with the treatment he received, but he deliberately kept a straight face. "I'm here under orders to find geniuses and grant them the qualifications to participate in the Metal Essence Fruit Festival. I didn't expect there to be so many geniuses in this declining place." "Sir, you don't know, but I'm not from Tianhaixing. I'm from the Flying Rain sect of Donxia Planet. I'm from the Nine Chin sect of Setting Sun Star." Everyone introduced themselves one by one, hurriedly disassociating themselves from Tianhaixing. They didn't want to be regarded as natives of a backward place. "I see." The middle-aged man nodded. His name was Wan Zipping. After being flattered, he naturally introduced himself. Being called Sir Wan made him feel even better. "I don't care so much. I'm under orders to find geniuses. I don't care about their background, as long as they have enough talent. Come on, everyone. As long as you put your hand on the flying shuttle, it will automatically determine if you're qualified to go to the Metal Essence Holy Land." He was a bit of a noisy guest, but the Holy Land and Fruit Festival he had thrown out were knocked unconscious. Even Empress Ma and the eldest prince didn't step forward to stop him. Instead, they first sent people to investigate the situation. After learning about the origin of the Metal Essence Holy Land, they all gasped. Sages? What kind of lofty existence was this? They didn't even need to make a move. With a single thought, they could destroy Tianhaixing. Of course, having a sage before and having a sage now were two different things. Even if the Metal Essence Holy Land no longer had a sage, who could compare to its heritage? The Holy Land definitely had a sage artifact to suppress it. Even venerables would be killed if they went. Everyone lined up obediently. No one dared to speak loudly for fear of being disqualified. "Those below the immortal path don't need to join in the fun," Wan Zipping said. He pulled a person out of the line, his face full of disdain. What? The minimum requirement to qualify was the Foundation Establishment realm? This was enough to fool 99% of the people present. The extraterrestrial visitors sneered. What kind of place did they think the Metal Essence Holy Land was? Did they think that just anyone could go there? A considerable number of people turned their gazes towards Ling Han. So what if you were a freak? If he didn't reach the Foundation Establishment realm, he wouldn't even be qualified to take the test. Haha. He could only watch helplessly as a great opportunity flew away. It must be very uncomfortable. The test was in progress. Those who passed would be enveloped by a ray of light and branded with a mark. This was the qualification to participate in the Metal Essence Fruit Festival. Those who passed were naturally overjoyed, but those who didn't had ugly expressions. Based on the current situation, one had to be a one-star genius to pass. Princess Bai Xiao walked forward and bowed to Wan Zipping. Bai Xiao greets Lord Wan. Wan Zipping's eyes lit up. Such a beauty was really rare. Even in the Metal Essence Holy Land, her appearance alone was enough to make her a saintess. He couldn't help but become gentle. What's the matter? Bai Xiao would like to ask Lord Wan to make an exception, Princess Bai Xiao said. She pointed at Ling Han. This is Ling Han. He's currently in the mystic realm and is invincible among his peers. He's only one step away from the immortal path. 1 year is enough for him to reach the Foundation Establishment realm. Do you want me to make an exception for him and grant him the qualification? Wan Zipping asked. Yes. Princess Bai Xiao bowed. Wan Zipping couldn't help but laugh. In such a backward place, there's actually someone who dares to boast that he's invincible among his peers. Rules are rules. Without reaching the Foundation Establishment realm, How can he be qualified to go to the Holy Land? Chapter 36-49. That's right. You're merely in the mystery-seeking realm, so what right do you have to stand on equal footing with us? Zhou Yang and the others immediately began to mock and ridicule Ling Han. Those who had been defeated by Ling Han were all one-star geniuses, and they had all passed the test and obtained a spot in the mystery-seeking realm. The contrast was very clear. They had stood out, but Ling Han didn't even have the right to participate in the test. Hehe. Princess Bai Xiao wanted to say more, but Wan Ziping waved his hand and refused. Ling Han walked over and said with a smile, "No need to talk nonsense with him. But the Metal Origin Fruit Festival is very important," Princess Bai Xiao said anxiously. "Don't let your emotions affect your decisions. I just asked around. The Metal Origin Sacred Land holds a Metal Origin Fruit Festival every 20 years. Not only will they impart supreme immortal arts, but they will also supply the Sacred Land's treasured immortal fruits. If you can participate in the Metal Origin Fruit Festival, it will save you hundreds of years of cultivation time." Ling Han smiled. "I didn't say I won't go." Princess Bai Xiao was stunned. "You don't even have the right to participate. How can you go?" "Don't worry. I don't have to rely on him to go to the Metal Origin Sacred Land." Ling Han smiled. "All right, don't worry about me. You're like my wife. You're still so talkative." Princess Bai Xiao stomped her feet in anger. Everyone took the test one by one, including the eldest prince and the others. What kind of place was the Sacred Land? However, the eldest prince passed, and so did the seventh prince. The other princes were mercilessly eliminated. In 3 days, head to these coordinates. The Sacred Land will activate a large array to transport all of you there. Wan Ziping announced the coordinates, then sneered. "Those who don't pass the test don't waste time. You don't have any imprints on you. Once the array is activated, you'll be hanged alive. I'll only say it once. If you don't believe me, then you're courting death. I still have to find other geniuses. I'm leaving." Wan Ziping re-entered the flying shuttle. Whoosh, it tore through the air. Ha 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 ha. The foreign guests laughed. They had basically passed the test. Those who could be sent here were naturally geniuses. They looked at Ling Han with ridicule. "So what if you're invincible in the secret realm? Weren't you very arrogant just now? Why don't you continue to be arrogant now?" Ling Han looked at them, and there was only one word in his mind. Villains intoxicated by success. Of course, he was going to participate in the Metal Essence Fruit Festival. However, he wasn't going to do it through Wan Ziping. Instead, he was going to do it directly. A year's time was enough for him to step onto the immortal path and directly erupt on a celestial body of the Gold Origin Holy Land. Would the Gold Origin Holy Land not extend an olive branch to such a genius? Heh, when the time comes, I'll still beat you until you call me Grandpa. Zhou Yang and the others were all preparing to set off. The first and seventh princes were also preparing to set off. If they could cultivate a saint technique, then even if they didn't become a saint in the future, they would still be able to dream of becoming a venerable or a sect leader. This temptation was too great, and no one could resist it. All of them set off for fear of being delayed by something. If they couldn't make it to the Golden Origin Holy Land, wouldn't that be a great loss? Princess Bai Xiao naturally passed the test and got a place. She and Ling Han returned to the Department of External Affairs and didn't speak along the way. She was still angry at Ling Han for missing such a great opportunity. Ling Han just smiled. Even if he really missed this opportunity, he wouldn't be very sad, because he had even obtained the Mother Gold, which was something that even a saint would be jealous of. Well, there should be heavenly flames on a big planet like the Gold Origin Holy Land, right? He could refine a sovereign weapon. The next day, Princess Bai Xiao set off. Time was limited, so she had to hurry. "Without me, you must be careful," she warned. "The second prince and the third prince are both in the Foundation establishment realm. You are no match for them. You must not fight because of your pride." Okay, I'm not a fool." Ling Han smiled. Princess Bai Xiao gave him some more advice before leaving. A few days later, there was news that Wan Ziping had left Heavenly Sea Star and gone to another planet. He also went to the Primordial Sect, Jiuling Sect, and the other 4 Great Spirit Transformation True Lord forces to distribute some places, including Hong Tianbu, Several geniuses had already left Heavenly Sea Star and were taken directly to the Gold Origin Holy Land by a large array. Starry sky projection and traveling through space were the means of a saint. Heavenly Sea Star suddenly fell silent. Many geniuses left one by one, causing the newly revived planet to lose a lot of vitality. Ling Hon guarded his heart. He cultivated hard every day. On the other hand, he was also looking for elixir recipes on the immortal path. As long as he stepped on the immortal path, he would start refining elixirs to assist in martial art. The path of martial art on Heavenly Sea Star had been cut off. Even now that the world had recovered, most of the information had been destroyed. What Ling Hon could find was quite limited. He didn't find elixir recipes, but he did find an ancient book related to alchemy. It introduced immortal medicines. This was quite useful. If one didn't even know how to recognize medicine, how could they refine elixirs? This book introduced the properties of various immortal medicines, their conflicting and compatible attributes, the environment they grew in, and whether they liked the cold or the sun. It was very comprehensive. Ling Hon was intoxicated. He was already deducing in his mind which herbs would work with which herbs and what effects they would produce. Of course, he wouldn't forget to cultivate every day when the sun rose. Now, when he cultivated, all the acupoints in his body opened and absorbed the power of heaven and earth together, greatly increasing his cultivation speed. The number of acupoints opened in the enlightenment realm was directly related to a martial artist's future. Even if Ling Hon didn't have any special techniques, his cultivation speed was still several times faster than ordinary secret-seeking realm cultivators. Coupled with the Monkey King's technique and supplementary techniques, his cultivation speed could be dozens or even hundreds of times faster than others. Every few days, he would welcome an upgrade in his life level, breaking a few shackles. After 2 months, Ling Hon calculated that he still had 78 shackles that he hadn't broken. This result was very shocking. One should know that ordinary secret-seeking realm cultivators could only break 10% of the body's shackles. One could imagine the potential. At most, they could advance to the foundation establishment realm, and then there would be no more power left. Only geniuses could break more than half of the shackles, but reaching 90% could almost be called a flawless body. As for Ling Hon, he had already broken more than 99% of the shackles. Looking at the world, probably only a few people could compare to him. However, he naturally wouldn't be satisfied with this. He wanted to pursue absolute perfection. It was just that the fewer shackles left, the slower the upgrade in his life level. Previously, he could break one every 6 to 7 days, but now it would take half a month. Based on this calculation, even though there were only 78 shackles left, it was very likely that he would need to spend 7 to 8 years to break them. This was like raising one's score from 0 to 1, and raising one's score from 99 to 100. The difficulty was incomparable. The further one went, the slower the improvement would be. Ling Hon believed that he could definitely break all the shackles in his body, but it would take too long. At this moment, the imperial family released a big piece of news. Chapter 3650. The washing pond was about to open. What is the washing pool? This was a great fortune for worldly realm martial artists. It could provide them with an astonishing amount of energy and help them evolve. Every celestial body had a dust washing pond. The difference was that the higher the grade of the celestial body, the better the effect of the dust washing pond. However, the effect of the heavenly sea planet's dust washing pond this time was definitely not weaker than that of the other planets. Why, this was because the great star washing pond only opened once every 10 years to accumulate energy. But how long had the heavenly ocean star's washing pond been accumulating energy this time? Over 2,000 years. 2,000 years can't even compare to 10 years of savings? Of course, not everyone could enter the cleansing pool. First, one had to reach the secret-seeking realm. Otherwise, if the boundless energy surged into the body would not be able to withstand it and would explode. Even if one managed to step into the secret-seeking realm, one would still have to earn the right to enter the secret-seeking realm with one's own strength. After all, the energy in the cleansing pool was limited. Once there were too many people, no one would be able to get much. Chen Fengyan had come into being a long time ago and had been plotting for many years. One only needed to look at why he built the imperial capital here to know that he already had a plan in mind. Hence, a good thing like the cleansing pool was naturally under Chen Fengyan's control. After all, he was the crown prince of this planet, so what did he not know? However, One of the 10 spots had already been allocated to Ling Han. No one was unconvinced. Ling Han's strength was obtained through fighting, and it was publicly acknowledged. Thus, everyone targeted the remaining 9 spots and started a martial arts competition. The competition lasted for 7 days. Just as the top 9 were about to be decided, another shocking news came out. The 4 spirit transformation true monarchs joined hands and asked Chen Fengyan to leave 2 spots for each of them. The washing pool could only hold 10 people. Now that 8 of the 4 true monarchs were gone, there were only 2 left for Xianbei country. Of course, the crowd was not convinced. This was the wealth of Xianbei country. Why should they share it? However, none of them could interrupt. Only perfected Lord Spirit Transformation had the right to make the decision. Ling Han did not know what Chen Fengyan and the others had discussed. In short, the 5 perfected monarchs had reached a consensus to settle the matter with a battle. The most important thing for a martial artist was, of course, strength. It was normal to determine one's rank based on strength. However, the problem was that the people fighting this time were not Chen Fengyan's group, but the secret realm. Chen Fengyan spread the word that if anyone wanted to enter the dust cleansing pool, they just had to defeat Ling Han. Defeating him once would allow 1 person to enter, and defeating him 10 times would allow 10 people to enter. When Ling Han found out about this, he naturally didn't care. He was invincible among his peers, so he could do whatever he wanted. Since Chen Fengyan had laid down the rules, the 4 true sovereigns had no choice but to accept. This was because Chen Fengyan had said that the washing dust pool would only be given to the most outstanding of youths. If they couldn't even defeat Ling Han, it would be a waste to enter. Ling Han was depressed. He was supposed to be invincible in the mystic-seeking realm. Why did it seem like he had become the benchmark of strength? Is there really a secret realm in this world that can defeat him? Not to mention defeat, was there anyone who could fight to a draw? However, he was standing on the opposite side of the 4 perfected cultivators. Moreover, he was Chen Fengyan's official, so he had to stand up for him. Soon, the 4 perfected cultivators each sent 10 young geniuses to the imperial capital. They were all from the secret-seeking realm. Ling Han was a little surprised that there were so many geniuses from the secret-seeking realm. He didn't believe that it was a coincidence that no one had entered the immortal path before Wan Zipping arrived. They must have deliberately suppressed their cultivation to wait for the opportunity of the washing dust pool. The 4 powerful cultivators had been locked up on Heavenly Sea Planet for more than 2,000 years. They must have a good understanding of the planet. Let's fight. Who's afraid of who? 3 days later, the battle began with countless spectators. Ling Han jumped onto the arena and said, "There's no need to fight one by one. Come on up. I'm in a hurry. After I defeat all of you, I'll go back to eat." Those from the secret-seeking realm were furious. "You're too arrogant, so arrogant." They were all geniuses, so they were the only ones who had the right to ask others to come up together. Ling Han smiled. "Good to be reserved. Then I'll do it." He leapt out and launched an attack on the 40 people. Bang bang bang. With just 3 punches, he sent 7 people flying, showing his invincible style. "Ling Han! Ling Han! Ling Han!" The audience shouted. Their emotions were ignited in an instant, and they became crazy. "This kid is a monster. How can he be so strong? Let's work together to fight him." The remaining 30 or so people hurriedly banded together. The people from their own sects stood together, forming 3 small teams and launching a counterattack against Ling Han. However, what was the use of this? Ling Han's strength in the secret-seeking realm had reached the point where he could crush all of his peers. He didn't even need to use his full strength. With 1 punch, someone was bound to be sent flying and lose their ability to fight. The whole process took less than a minute. Besides Ling Han, only 4 people were still standing. They didn't make a move before, not because they were scared, but because they were disdainful. They all crossed their arms, looking extremely arrogant. A bunch of weaklings. They really don't have the right to enjoy the cleansing pool, a man in white said. His eyes were like lightning, and his aura began to surge. Hee, it's good to have fewer people. We can get more benefits. Another young man in blue laughed. He was a little arrogant, but undeniably powerful. "I agree," the only woman in red said. She was as beautiful as a peach, and her charm was beyond words. However, she was definitely not a pretty face. "But let's get rid of this kid first," the last man in black said, pointing at Ling Han. "All right. The three men in white nodded. "Who's up?" the woman in red asked. "Me," the man in black said with a smile and strode forward. Bang! With a flash, the black-robed man was gone. In his place was Ling Han, who was standing at the place where he had just been standing. He was sent flying. In the distance, the man in black was hanging on a tree. His limbs were drooping, as if all the bones in his body were broken. Ling Han stretched his muscles and calmly asked, "What did you guys say?" The woman in red and the other two were shocked. This was a freaking monster. He had knocked someone into losing his ability to fight with a single collision. This speed, this physique. He was completely inhuman. "You." Ling Han pointed at the man in white. So near, yet worlds apart activated, and he had already crashed into the man. Xiao, the man in white, was also sent flying. After flying through the air in an arc, he fell to the ground with a thud. He had already lost consciousness. The woman in red and the young man in blue could not help but take a few steps back. Ling Han's attack could be said to be extremely simple. It was just a collision, and he had taken it head-on with his speed and physique. But sometimes the simpler the attack, the more difficult it was to deal with. What should they do? The two of them hurriedly released their full battle prowess. High-level energy wrapped around their hands, and the acupoints all over their bodies also emitted mystic power, similarly enveloping high-level energy. They did not believe that he would dare to crash into them. Pung! In the next instant, the woman in red was also sent flying. Chapter 3652. This hunger wasn't fatal, but it lingered and made him feel uncomfortable. Now, a large amount of mystical energy was flowing into the plane of his body, which naturally made Ling Han feel like he could finally eat something. This time, the pond of cleansing had been opened for more than 2,000 years. So how much energy had accumulated? Ling Han didn't bat an eyelid, and silently made a fortune. A day passed, and 7 of Ling Han's plane spaces were filled up. During this time, he also used the power of the pond of cleansing to connect to all the planes in his body. This was a small matter. He only needed to build a bridge. He didn't need to open up a space. However, Ling Han couldn't absorb any more energy. The reason was simple. The pond of cleansing had run out of energy. This was too terrifying. It had only been a day, and the pond of cleansing had run out of energy. The other 9 stood up in confusion. What was going on? Didn't they say they could cultivate here for 3 days? It hadn't even been a day and a half. What's going on? Why can't I absorb any energy? Me too. Same. The faces of the 9 people were filled with confusion. Ling Han also stood up and joined the ranks of, "I'm also very confused." They didn't give up and continued to sit in the pond, waiting for the pond of cleansing to shine its second spring. But no matter how long they waited, the pond of cleansing had run out of energy. When 3 days were up, head eunuch Xueqi appeared and led everyone out. Everyone hurriedly asked about the situation, but Xueqi hadn't entered the pond of cleansing and naturally couldn't answer. He only said he would report to His Majesty. Returning to the External Affairs Department, Ling Han began his final preparations. He was going to leap through the gate of immortality and step onto the path of immortality. Ling Han gave himself 3 days to once again inspect his body. After this step, he would leave the mortal realm, and he wouldn't be able to make up for the deficiencies of the mortal realm. Of course, if he could get a panacea, he would be able to make up for it. But panacea? Hee. 3 days passed, and Ling Han no longer hesitated. He began to break through to the path of immortality. In this world, without the power of the path of immortality, it was difficult to travel. The first step of the immortal path, foundation establishment. However, the reason why the immortal path was so hard to cross was because the first step consisted of 2 steps. The first was to jump through the immortal door, and the second was to build the immortal foundation. Ling Han didn't know how long it would take for him to break through. He didn't know if anyone would find trouble with him during the process, and he didn't know if he would cause any big movements. Therefore, he didn't break through in the Foreign Affairs Office. Instead, he went to a mountain forest. This was still within the scope of the imperial capital, so there was no need to worry about foreign martial artists causing trouble here. Ling Han also chose a very secluded place. He opened up his mind, and all that was left of him was a blank space. Then, he began to push for a great increase in the level of his life. From mortals to immortals, this was a qualitative change. The distance was boundless. Therefore, Ling Han did not feel his cultivation bottleneck loosen. He was not in a hurry. This was very normal. It was not unusual for an ordinary person to be stuck for 8 to 10 years, or even hundreds of years. Although he didn't spend a long time in the mystic-seeking realm, this realm was very special. There were 2 main points: break as many shackles as possible, and accumulate enough mystic power. Otherwise, he wouldn't even have enough power to jump through the immortal door. To Ling Han, the shackles in his body were all broken. His level of life had already reached the peak of the mortal realm. As for the storage of mystic power, it was indeed a weakness in the past. However, after entering the cleansing pool, he had made up for this weakness. Therefore, he was completely qualified to break through to foundation establishment. Ling Han accumulated his understanding and prepared for the explosion that was about to come. Unexpectedly, this moment didn't come. 2 days, 3 days, 4 days. Ling Han was already feeling hungry. This time, it wasn't that he didn't have enough mystic power. He was really hungry. He endured and didn't destroy the state of mind that he had painstakingly formed. Once it was destroyed, all his previous efforts would be in vain. With his current cultivation level, not drinking water for 10 days and not eating for 20 days was not a problem. 5 days, 6 days, 7 days. Boom! Ling Han's body suddenly underwent a drastic change. His life force exploded, and every cell in his body was trembling as if they were about to explode. It's coming, it's coming, it's coming. Ling Han felt his body shake. It was as if his soul had left his body and flown into the starry sky. In an instant, he had traversed an endless distance. Where was this? He finally stopped. His surroundings were pitch black, and before him was a giant bronze door. The bronze door was hundreds of meters tall. Its entire body was mottled and covered in veins, as if it had experienced countless years. This was a celestial door. Ling Han was shocked. He was definitely in soul form right now, but there really was a place like this in the starry sky where a celestial door existed. He wasn't in a hurry to jump. Instead, he walked closer, wanting to observe this bronze door. However, a force instantly repelled him. It was too strong, and it wasn't something that Ling Han could contend against. He couldn't get close at all. Ling Han focused his eyes, wanting to see clearly. However, no matter how he observed, he couldn't see the veins on the door. It was as if there was a formless force that was blurring his vision. He tried to activate his eye technique, but he was now a ball of spiritual energy, so how could he use it? He looked for a long time before giving up helplessly. Forget it, I'll just directly jump through the celestial door. If others knew about this, they would definitely find it inconceivable. Why are you curious about this? Don't you think you should get down to business? Ling Han used all his strength to jump. He was very special in soul form, and he could jump much higher than usual. Therefore, he effortlessly crossed over the hundreds of meters tall celestial door. Then I'm an immortal now, and I can establish my immortal foundation. This thought hadn't even settled in Ling Han's mind when he felt that power again, dragging him along as he continued to soar through the dark galaxy. After an unknown amount of time, he appeared in a new place. His surroundings were still pitch black, but another door appeared in front of him. After circling for a long time, he returned to the same place. No, not only was this door 1,500 meters tall, it was also silver in color. First it was bronze, then it was silver. Could it be that there was gold behind it? Ling Han thought of what Princess Bai Xiao had said. She had crossed 2 celestial doors, but she didn't say it in detail. If he had known earlier, he would have understood it in detail. Who cares? I'll continue to jump. Ling Han still wanted to carefully observe the celestial door, but there was also a force that prevented him from doing so. Sigh! Ling Han leaped, and this celestial door was also easily crossed by him. However, before his soul could return, it was once again grabbed by a powerful force and roamed through the starry sky. When he stopped and a celestial door of gold appeared in front of him, Ling Han only let out an "oh" and wasn't that surprised. Could it be that the higher one's talent was, the more celestial doors one could cross, and the stronger one's strength would be? However, Ling Han still tried to see if he could get close to it. After discovering that he couldn't, he would leap over. After all, it wouldn't take much time. The celestial door of gold was immeasurably tall, but Ling Han still managed to cross it with difficulty. It's about time for my soul to return, right? But he didn't. Chapter 3653. What Ling Han didn't know was that every time he leaped through an immortal gate, a surge of power would be added to his body, making his soul much stronger. After leaping through 3 gates, his telekinesis was at least 100 times stronger. All the trees in the forest rustled as the leaves collided with each other, creating a strange sound. Ling Han, on the other hand, was completely confused. His soul was once again pulled up and sent flying through space. He couldn't help but complain. First it was the bronze gate, then the silver gate, then the gold gate. Would there be purple gates, red gates, and green gates? Just as he was letting his imagination run wild, his soul body stopped. There was indeed another gate up ahead, but it wasn't tall or grand at all. Instead, it was a broken gate. It was a stone gate, and the top half had been eroded away. It couldn't be more than 6 meters tall, and it looked like a broken wall. It was because Ling Han had a preconceived notion that this was a stone door, but the upper half of it was already gone. Why were the 3 gates in front all in perfect condition, but this one was broken? After the gold gate, shouldn't there be some immortal gold gate or mother gold gate? Stone gate. Ling Han was filled with curiosity. He walked over, thinking that he would be immediately repelled. However, when he got close, he didn't feel any force pushing him. Since there was no obstruction, Ling Han naturally pressed his hand on the stone door. Instantly, an ancient and desolate aura filled the air, letting him know that this stone door should be extremely ancient. Perhaps it was as ancient as this galaxy, or perhaps it had already existed before this galaxy was formed. But why was it broken? To be able to become the 4th gate, shouldn't it be immortal? Ling Han rubbed it for a while, but there were no patterns on the stone gate. It was simple and ancient, and he couldn't tell what it was. Forget it, I'll just jump through the gate. With a light leap, Ling Han leaped over the stone gate without any difficulty or pressure. However, there was also no change. There was no force to drag him away, nor was there to send him back. He just stood there awkwardly. Fuck, what is this? Ling Han frowned. This wasn't right. Moreover, wasn't the 4th immortal gate a little too easy to jump over? Previously, when he leaped through the golden immortal door, even though he did it in 1 leap, he had used all his strength to barely make it. The stone door had already been destroyed, so its true height should be higher than that. Therefore, his leap did not count. It had nothing to do with him. If you destroy it, that's your problem. Why do I have to bear the responsibility? Ling Han cursed in his heart, but now that he had nowhere to redress his grievances, Ling Han could only think of another way. He walked forward. After a few steps, he walked towards the stone door and was about to push it open. This was an unconscious action, but when he pushed the stone door, a force blocked him. He felt that the stone door was extremely heavy, and he had only pushed it open a little. Ling Han, on the other hand, smiled. There was hope. He pushed with all his might, inch by inch, but he didn't even reach half a foot. The power increased greatly, and pang! His hands were forced back, and the stone door was once again tightly shut. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Ling Han was energized, and he started to push the door again. It was still the same. After pushing it open for less than half a foot, the power increased explosively, wanting to push Ling Han back. Ling Han circulated his full strength and forcefully withstood it. But this power was endless and didn't dissipate. Instead, it resisted him and slowly increased its strength, wanting to push him back. Half an inch. Ling Han slowly retreated. He couldn't help but frown. His psyche power was already so powerful, and he couldn't use it anymore. If only he could use his mystic power. Wait, why not? Could it be because he was a soul body? Let's try. Ling Han made a comeback. With a loud roar, he circulated his power madly. Boom! A miraculous scene appeared. He erupted with even more power. Mystic power could be used. He advanced forcefully, breaking through the half-a-foot distance. But the more he pushed, the stronger the repulsive force became. Very soon, he was pushed back again. Since that was the case, Ling Han used the demon monkey fist and circulated the destructive power. 100 gravitational forces overlapped, forming a frequency attack. After entering the mystery-seeking realm, Ling Han's attainments in the demon monkey fist had naturally improved. Boom! The stone door suddenly opened. Ling Han smiled and strode through. But he immediately discovered that although the stone door was open, there seemed to be an invisible membrane blocking him. It wasn't as sturdy as the stone door, but it was extremely flexible. Moreover, it was pressing down on him from all directions, and he still couldn't pass through. Boom again. But although his fist force was domineering, his head, torso, and legs were all under the force. This caused the force to be extremely uneven, and he fell down hard. Even though he was a soul body, he still felt pain. That repulsive force attacked him from all directions. How could he block it? No. Ling Han's eyes lit up. He was a soul body now. Since he was a soul body, why did he have to stick to the human form? Ling Han laughed loudly. His body suddenly changed shape, and only his head was left. Then, 2 arms grew out of his head, and he rushed toward the stone door while waving his fists. Open! Pang pang pang! Ling Han waved his fists rapidly. The destructive power in addition to the demon monkey fist was incomparably domineering, and he forcefully opened up a path. He rushed into the stone door for at least half a zhang, but there was still a force blocking him. Now, he could clearly see that there was a layer of light screen on the stone door. It was extremely flexible. Now that he had pushed it half a zhang away, the compression force had also reached the extreme, and he was about to be bounced back. If he wanted to pass through the stone door, he would have to break this light screen. Break! 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 Ling Han roared in his heart. His fists waved even faster, and the destructive power blasted out crazily, smashing onto the light screen. This light screen was a little terrifying. The destructive power was so strong, but it actually couldn't do anything. Ling Han didn't care. There was only one thought left in his mind, and that was to punch. If 1 punch couldn't do it, then 2 punches. If 2 punches couldn't do it, then 10 punches, 100 punches, 1,000 punches. Ka. Many white lines appeared on the light screen, densely covering it like a spider web. This was going to break. But the more it was like this, the greater the resistance created by the light screen. In fact, it even had the tendency to push Ling Han back. Although it was only a sliver, a few white lines immediately disappeared. Obviously, the light screen had been repaired. Ling Han roared, and his fists were like rain. They were so fast that they far surpassed his limit. This was a soul body, and it wasn't restricted by the body. Ka. More and more white lines appeared. Finally, with a bang, the light screen shattered. Ling Han staggered and rushed through the stone door. Done! Ling Han still hadn't come back to his senses when a powerful force began to drag him downwards. It was at this moment that he suddenly saw a figure appear at the position where he had just been. The other party also discovered Ling Han's existence and looked toward him. It was just that the pulling force was too strong, and Ling Han's speed was too fast. The two of them didn't see each other's appearance. Ling Han's heart trembled. Other than him, there was actually someone else who could come to the 4th immortal door. Before he finished his thought, his soul seemed to lose gravity and fell rapidly. Then in the forest, Ling Han suddenly opened his eyes. Chapter 36:54. Ling Han opened his eyes, from which shot out 2 beams of light. Pa, the nearby trees immediately collapsed. This wasn't because he had cultivated some kind of mystical ability, but because after leaping through the celestial gate, his mental power and secret power had improved tremendously. He still couldn't adapt to his current power, so he could collapse the trees with a sweep of his gaze. After leaping through the celestial gate, he still hadn't built his foundation. He was now on the quasi-celestial path. But at this time, Ling Han naturally had no reason to give up halfway. He continued to build his foundation. Confusion flashed through his mind. Why would there be a broken celestial gate? He had never heard of this before. Could it be that it appeared because he had cultivated the mortal realm to perfection? But he also saw another person appear in front of the stone gate. Could it be that there was someone else who had cultivated the mortal realm to perfection? Was this possible? He was able to cultivate the flawless body because his body had nurtured countless planes. Could this kind of good fortune happen to a second person? Let's not think about this first. If he had the chance to meet that person in the future, he would understand clearly. But in this vast sea of people, where would he go to find him? Yes, that person must be an absolute genius. He would just follow this direction. Ling Han began to build his foundation. He didn't use the foundational divine stone. Since he already knew that it was formed from the blood of a great emperor, if he wanted to walk his own emperor's path, he couldn't walk the same path as the other. Besides, he had soaked in the sea of true blood before, and the benefits he obtained were far greater than any foundational divine stone. What foundation should I build? Ling Han buried the belief of invincibility and undefeatable fighting spirit as the foundation of the celestial path. Then, he entwined it with mental power and used secret power to nourish it, continuously strengthening it. He thought of the stone celestial gate and couldn't help but be moved. He deliberately molded it into that shape. Even the material was the same, and it had the rough texture of a stone. That's right, there was also the primordial aura. Clang, just at this time, there was a sudden clap of thunder. Dark clouds rolled, and above the dense forest, flashes of light intersected, as if they could strike down at any time. Ling Han couldn't help but be shocked. He had imitated the stone celestial gate to build the foundation of the celestial path, and had actually angered the heaven and earth. Fuck, what is the background of this stone immortal gate that the heavens and earth actually view it as a taboo? But the more it was so, the more Ling Han insisted on going. If he could build such an immortal foundation, he would be extremely powerful. Come on, so what if the heavens are angry? Let the lightning strike down if you can. Quang, the lightning really did strike down. Just a few zhang away from Ling Han, a large tree was instantly split in half and smashed in his direction. With a casual wave of his hand, Ling Han sent the broken tree flying. Trying to scare me? He continued to construct his immortal foundation. Quang, quang, quang. The sound of thunder became even more intense, and even more lightning struck down, but not a single one struck his body. The heavenly lightning tribulation would only slay the great evils, and the great evils. Ling Han was not related to any of them. The heavenly Tao was heartless and treated all living things like straw dogs, so how could it treat him differently now? However, at this moment, a purple lightning bolt suddenly struck down, directly entering Ling Han's sea of consciousness. The purple lightning bolt transformed into a human figure, full of majesty, and shouted, "How dare you? How dare you go against the heavens and earth? You have no respect and no fear. This deity will slay you." Shua, the purple human figure charged over at an incomparably fast speed. Inner demon. Ling Han immediately said in his heart. It was not that this world did not have heavenly tribulations, but they did not destroy a person physically. Instead, they destroyed a person spiritually. Inner demons confused one's mind, causing one to become a demon. The heavenly Tao had a reason to send down lightning tribulation to eliminate them. And Ling Han's inner demon was even more direct. It did not want to confuse him, but to directly destroy his spirit. Without his spirit, his corporeal body was just an empty shell. No matter how powerful his immortal foundation was, what use was it? The inner demon attacked, wanting to break Ling Han's sea of consciousness and destroy his spirit. Ling Han said. Wang, the sound of Buddha was vast and mighty. Crack, a crack instantly appeared on the purple human figure, but only one crack. Ling Han shouted again, like a great bell, causing people to think deeply. Crack, another crack appeared on the purple human figure. Ling Han rushed up and began a fierce battle. Pang, pang, pang. Slaying inner demons naturally relied on soul power. Secret power was useless. Inner demons were very powerful. This was not because Ling Han had formed his immortal foundation and the heaven and earth had sent down the inner demon tribulation, but because the immortal foundation he wanted to build was too extraordinary. The heaven and earth had sent the inner demon ahead of time to prevent him from being so rebellious. But Ling Han had mastered the 6 words Wisdom King mantra, which specialized in punishing evil and restraining inner demons. Even if it was only one word, it was still very effective. 2 more cracks appeared on the inner demon, and its battle strength naturally fell. It was completely suppressed by Ling Han. Hum. Ling Han shouted again and again. The cracks on the inner demon increased, and finally, it shattered with a loud bang. The Buddhist race was indeed specialized in restraining inner demons. Just the hum word mantra was so powerful. If all 6 words were complete, how powerful would it be? Ling Han did not care and continued to build his immortal foundation. Quang, another bolt of purple lightning struck down. It took shape in Ling Han's sea of consciousness and began to bombard him. Ling Han shook his head and continued to shout the 6 words Wisdom King mantra. The inner demon could not pose a threat to him at all. He was multitasking. This time, he only suppressed the inner demon but did not disintegrate it. On the other hand, he sped up the process of building his immortal foundation. Obviously, If he did not stop or complete it, the inner demon would not stop. Fight, fight, fight. Ling Han was calm and confident. One day later, the Immortal Foundation was formed. The Human Tao Foundation was only the size of a fist, but it emitted a grand and majestic aura. There was even a sense of desolation, as if this was the foundation of the heaven and earth at the beginning of time, and it could support the heaven and earth. In the sky, the dark clouds dispersed. The heaven and earth could no longer stop him, so the tribulation clouds could only disperse. But the dark clouds did not completely disperse. In the next instant, the dark clouds gathered again. The heavenly tribulation came again. Of course, this was not to stop Ling Han from building his immortal foundation. But if he succeeded, the heaven and earth would send down the tribulation punishment. This was a routine matter. However, in comparison, the strength of this inner demon was too weak. Ling Han only shouted the swastika 10 times in a row, and the inner demon was completely dispelled. Ling Han was just about to stand up when he suddenly felt that all the acupoints in his body had opened. The power of heaven and earth rolled in, greatly increasing his mystic power and mental power. After this step, he had truly stepped out of the mortal realm. Ling Han hurriedly sat down and operated the Monkey King's cultivation method, desperately absorbing the benefits. The secret realms opened by other cultivators would not be very big, and might be filled in a short while. However, Ling Han's secret realm was a bottomless pit. No matter how much power of heaven and earth was stuffed in, he would absorb it all. Unfortunately, it only lasted for half a day. The world returned to peace. What level have my strength reached now? Ling Han touched his chin, very expectant. However, the point now was not to be curious about his strength, but to let the Empress and the others out. Chapter 3656. Ling Han, play with Niu. Hu Niu jumped over, a youthful smile on her face. Ling Han laughed and pulled his young wife into his arms. Wait a few more days, and I'll give you a few kids to play with. Okay. Hu Niu giggled. Others seized the time to understand this world, but she didn't feel nervous at all. It was as if everything was fine as long as Ling Han was there. No ambition, just doing what she wanted, and adapting to circumstances. After another few days, everyone had the ability to walk freely, and Lin Luo and the others who started cultivating first had already reached the peak stage of the illuminating pulse tier. They only needed to open 100 more meridians, and they would be able to step into the blood transformation tier in perfect form. Ling Han believed that these people were all geniuses. After all, they were accumulated over countless years in the origin world. Although they didn't have an inner world in their bodies and couldn't step into the 7 transformations or 7 bones, it wasn't difficult for them to become 3-star geniuses. Everyone discussed for a while, and Lin Luo and the others said that they would temporarily stay in the imperial capital. This planet had just recovered, and it was a paradise for beginners like them. It wouldn't be too late to go to other large planets after they started cultivating. Ling Shi, Ling Jianxue, and the other children also said that they wanted to train on Heavenly Sea Star first, so they wouldn't accompany Ling Han to the Gold Origin Holy Land. What were they going to do? Ling Han had already prepared enough pills for everyone, and with the accumulation from selling pills, he was extraordinarily rich, so it wasn't a problem to provide for these people. Moreover, with the recovery of the world, there were more and more treasured fruits of life. At least for those below the celestial path, they weren't that precious, and could be bought as long as they could afford it. After solving this biggest problem, Ling Han decided to set off for the Gold Origin Holy Land. This time, he planned to bring the Empress, Hu Niu, the large black dog, and Wall. After all, it was only for the Gold Origin Fruit Festival, and he wouldn't stay there for too long. The large black dog came by himself, and Wall's calculation ability was highly valued by Ling Han. He accompanied the 2 girls, the large black dog, and Wall to the Department of External Affairs. The large black dog opened its mouth and wanted to say something. However, all that came out was a series of woof, woof, woof. In this world, it was just an ordinary dog. How could it speak? At the very least, it had to reach the blood transformation realm and consume a transformation fruit. Only then would it be able to speak and even take human form. Although so many days had passed, the large black dog was still not used to this. It continuously barked, yet was unable to say anything. It was so anxious that it felt extremely uncomfortable. Ling Han naturally understood it very well. He smiled and said, "Are you trying to say that I'm doing well now?" The large black dog hurriedly nodded. There was no need for him to awaken his intelligence again. However, he was too weak now, so he couldn't even speak. However, he could not speak, nor could he stop it. The large black dog still raised a foot, as if giving Ling Han a thumbs up. Ling Han had a strange expression on his face as he said, "I say, didn't your iron underwear shatter after coming out of the inner world? What's with this one now?" The large black dog was now wearing a pair of purple cloth underwear. As he walked, he twisted his buttocks, which was a sight to behold. Woof, 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 woof. The large black dog barked continuously as if he was complaining. Ling Han could somewhat understand. It should be because his current physique couldn't wear iron underwear, so he could only wear cloth underwear. He was a dog that knew shame. As for where this pair of underwear came from, Ling Han didn't want to know. He always felt that the inside story was too dirty. Ling Han, you're finally back." Shenyuan Dingwa walked out. He glanced at the Empress and Hu Niu, revealing a look of amazement. Thankfully, the two girls had their faces covered, and he could only see their figures. Otherwise, he wouldn't be amazed, but stunned. Then, he saw the large black dog, and couldn't help but drool. "Where did you get this mongrel? It's so fat, we'll eat dog meat tonight." The large black dog was furious. How dare he talk about eating dog meat in front of Grandpa Dog? "Eat Grandpa Dog." He darted out, opening his mouth to bite. "If I can't bite you to death, you bastard." Let go, let go." Shenyuan Dingwa shouted. With his strength, he naturally wouldn't be bitten by the large black dog, but to have his trousers dragged by a dog was still embarrassing enough. Ling Han laughed loudly. "Did anything happen these few days?" "Nothing, but there are some rumors saying that you don't have the right to participate in the Metal Element Fruit Festival, that you don't live up to your name, and don't deserve the title of Prodigy of the Imperial Capital," Shenyuan Dingwa said. Ling Han smiled faintly. He didn't care about this kind of empty reputation. Moreover, he wasn't a prodigy of the Imperial Capital, but the most prodigy of the galaxy, okay? Shenyuan Dingwa moved closer, and asked in a low voice, "These two are?" His eyes drifted to the Empress and Hu Niu. "Your sister-in-law," Ling Han said. "Pei, sister-in-law," Shenyuan Dingwa immediately said, and then shamelessly greeted the two girls. "That brat Ling Han really knows how to hide. Only letting me meet sisters-in-law now, practically treating me like an outsider." "Yes, sister-in-law," the Empress said proudly. In her heart, she was the most important person in the world, and Ling Han didn't count. He was her husband. Shenyuan Dingwa couldn't help but be startled, thinking, why is this girl so tsundere? Although the Empress's appearance wasn't obvious, her aura was astonishing, and completely suppressed him. "Father." At this time, the 7 milk babies also ran over, and the little girl followed behind, looking very lazy. The fat pig was in her arms. "Handsome pot, where did you kidnap these two beauties?" Tang Yun looked at the Empress and Hu Niu, a little surprised. Although the two girls' appearance wasn't obvious, their figures were too perfect, and they were also very attractive. She believed that they were definitely great beauties, almost catching up to her. Regarding her appearance, the little girl never knew how to be modest. "Pa," she threw the fat pig on the ground and pounced at the Empress. They were too beautiful, and she really wanted to hug them. The fat pig fell on the ground and instantly screamed. Although it wasn't injured, it was still very painful, bastard. However, Tang Yun also pounced on empty air. Ling Han picked up the Empress in time, and didn't let the little girl succeed. The large black dog immediately dashed out and pressed a paw on the fat pig's body, barking at Ling Han. The meaning was too simple. Eat roast suckling pig tonight, and have a sumptuous meal. On the other side, Hu Niu was also drooling. Roast suckling pig. Roast suckling pig. Roast suckling pig. When the 7 milk babies heard this, they instantly felt close to Hu Niu. They were kindred spirits. Roast suckling pig. Roast suckling pig. They also called out, their little eyes shining. The fat pig had a deep grudge, and all of you have a grudge against pigs? Why do all of you want to eat roast suckling pig when you see it? Did the pig provoke you? It barked at the large black dog. It was all this despicable dog's fault for provoking it. Woof, woof, woof. The large black dog naturally wasn't to be outdone. He was never one that was willing to suffer losses, and this lecherous pig didn't look like a good person at first glance, so he was definitely cursing at him. Goo goo goo. Woof woof woof. All right, a pig and a dog were facing each other, both barking at each other. Although they didn't understand each other's language, they definitely couldn't lose their momentum, bastard. Chapter 3657. Everyone found it interesting. Whether it was the fat pig or the large black dog, they had clearly developed intelligence. However, due to various reasons, they were unable to open their mouths. They could only bark at each other, while the dog barked at the pig. All right, I won't eat roast suckling pig, nor will I eat dog meat. I'll just make something else to eat, Ling Han said with a smile. They sat down first, and then Ling Han started to make arrangements. He was going to leave Heavenly Sea Star for at least half a year, so he had to arrange everything properly. Unlike before, when Princess Bai Xiao was in charge for him. Thinking of this, Ling Han felt that this demon princess was quite useful. You're leaving again? Shen Yuan Dingwa was shocked. This overseer was far too incompetent. The External Affairs Department had only been established for a short period of time, but he was already gone more than 90% of the time. Ling Han nodded. From now on, you'll be in charge of the Foreign Affairs Department. Can I protect him? Shen Yuan Dingwa didn't seem very confident. It doesn't matter. Now that the ownership of the major forces has been decided, our External Affairs Department actually has nothing to do. Moreover, before I leave, I will do one thing to ensure that no one dares to provoke the External Affairs Department in the future. Ling Han smiled. What do you want? Shen Yuan Dingwa suddenly had an ominous feeling. Ling Han smiled and said, killing the chicken to warn the monkey. Later, I will go and beat up the second prince and the third prince. Don't mess around. Shen Yuan Dingwa panicked. Tisk, it's just the son of a spirit transformation realm cultivator. So what if I beat him up? Tang Yun licked the candy with an indifferent expression. On the side, Hunyu's saliva flowed freely as she stared fixedly at the milk candy in her hand. Not the slightest bit reserved. Shen Yuan Dingwa sucked in a breath of cold air. Why was this group of people so ferocious? If spirit transformation perfected cultivator wasn't a big deal, then what else was? Don't worry, don't worry. Nothing will happen, said Ling Han. How could Shen Yuan Dingwa be at ease? However, he couldn't dissuade Ling Han, so there was nothing he could do. Ling Han invited Yin Xiujing, Lian Xuerong, and the others to have a meal together. This was a farewell banquet. Seeing the Empress and Hunyo, even if Yin Xiujing and Lian Xuerong prided themselves on being extremely beautiful, they still felt a sense of inferiority. This was still because the two girls were wearing veils. If they really showed their true faces, who knew what kind of commotion it would cause? Therefore, Ling Han's current strength was still very weak, so he could only ask the two girls to keep a low profile. After eating, Ling Han left the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and went straight to the second prince's residence. The Empress, Hunyo, the large black dog, the little lowly, and the milk babies all followed. All of them loved to join in on the fun, so how could they possibly miss it? Therefore, this group was also very strange. There were beauties, little boys, dogs, and pigs. Along the way, everyone was dumbfounded. What were the elites of the imperial capital planning to do? Not long after, Ling Han arrived in front of the second prince's residence. As a dignified prince, he naturally lived in a grand mansion that occupied a large area and was resplendent in gold and jade. There were also 8 large men standing guard at the door, looking very fierce. A large man pulled out the saber at his waist and shouted loudly at Ling Han, "Hey, stop!" Ling Han flicked his finger. Xiao, a finger strike shot out, and the large man was instantly sent flying. Pung! The door was forcibly smashed open. How dare you! The remaining 7 large men all pulled out their sabers, surrounding Ling Han and the others. You actually dare to behave atrociously in the second prince's residence. Are you tired of living? Who are you? State your name. The 7 called out one after another. Some sent out a signal to summon help. This person could send one person flying with a single finger. This strength was too domineering, and even if the 7 of them joined forces, they should still be no match. They didn't even recognize themselves. Ling Han laughed in spite of himself. These people were too ignorant and ill-informed. Woof, woof, woof. The large black dog barked, clutching its belly, laughing so hard that it lay down. What it meant was, little Han, didn't you boast that you were doing very well? Look, even the guards don't know who you are, and you still have the nerve. Ling Han didn't make a move. With a thought, those 7 large men seemed to be grabbed by an invisible hand, and they kept waving their limbs in midair, all of them looking terrified. Had they seen a ghost? Of course not. Ling Han's current mental strength was who knew how many times stronger, and he could easily lift a rock that weighed 200,000 or 300,000 kilograms, let alone 7 people. He strode into the residence, and with a wave of mental strength, the 7 large men were all thrown out by him, and they all fainted. This time, he had come to beat up the second prince. As for the others, he didn't take them seriously. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Amidst the chaos, groups of soldiers appeared and surrounded Ling Han and the others. Humph, Ling Han, how dare you? You even dare to barge into my residence. Do you really think that just because Imperial Father favors you, you can do whatever you want? The second Imperial Prince also appeared, his face livid. He was a dignified prince, but someone had actually barged into his residence. How humiliating was that? Ling Han smiled faintly and nodded. That's right. That's right. The second prince was instantly stunned. Had this brat become stupid? No matter how much Ling Han was favored, he was still an official. How could he ride over his master's head? Disgraceful! Disgraceful! He said in a sinister voice, his killing intent obvious. This was Ling Han who had delivered himself to his doorstep. Even if he killed him, Chen Fengyan wouldn't be able to say anything. Ling Han smiled and said, "You princes, relying on the backing behind you, have targeted me time and time again. Do you think I have no temper? So what if you have a temper?" The second prince attacked, charging towards Ling Han. "You're a servant, and we're masters. You're just a mortal, but we're immortals. In our eyes, you're just an ant." With one step, he had already reached out to grab Ling Han's head. Smack! Ling Han moved and slapped him across the face. The sound was crisp and clear. Instantly, the second prince was sent flying back at a speed even faster than his momentum. Bang! The wall behind him couldn't stop his momentum at all, and a hole was instantly blasted open. He continued flying. Bang bang bang. Pang pang pang. He broke through 9 walls in one go before he stopped and lay on the ground. The second prince struggled to get up, his face full of shock. You've broken through to the celestial path. This was the only possibility. Otherwise, no matter how powerful a secret-seeking realm was, in front of a Foundation establishment cultivator, it would be trash. Ling Han stood there lazily, yet his mental power had already taken form. He grabbed the second Imperial Prince and tossed him in his direction. In terms of absolute power, telekinesis could never compete with mystical power. Even if Ling Han's telekinesis was stronger than the average Foundation establishment cultivators, it was at most 500,000 kilograms, which was inferior to his mystical power when he was in the illuminating pulse realm. The strength of telekinesis lay in its formlessness and lack of speed restrictions. If it was used as brute force, it was simply a waste. However, the second prince was now heavily injured and couldn't resist at all. Telekinesis was enough to deal with him. Moreover, this was very pretentious, wasn't it? Chapter 3658. The hundreds of soldiers all stared with their eyes wide open. Their second Imperial Prince was picked up from the ground out of thin air, and then tossed towards Ling Han. It was as if there was an invisible hand controlling the second Imperial Prince. Because of their ignorance, they all knelt down, thinking that a god had appeared. The big black dog looked around. This was the feeling he wanted, and he barked excitedly. When the second prince was about to hit Ling Han, his body strangely stopped and floated in mid-air. His limbs drooped, and he glared at Ling Han. "You dare to hit me, you dare to hit me." Pa! Ling Han slapped his ear again, and it landed on the second prince's face. However, he didn't use too much force this time. If he did it again, the second prince would probably die, and Chen Fengyan definitely wouldn't be able to sit still. Now, the uncle was teaching his grandson a lesson. What could Chen Fengyan say? "I hit you. Are you not happy?" Ling Han said with a smile. "Don't be arrogant." The second prince gritted his teeth. "Even if you've entered the celestial path, this is still the imperial capital. The means that father left behind can completely control you." Ling Han nodded and asked, "Don't you think it's strange that I've already started fighting? Why didn't anyone come to stop me?" "Yes." The second prince was a bit confused. Previously, when they attacked Ling Han, didn't the formation spirit immediately appear? Now, it went to eat and go to the toilet? Because I represent justice, Ling Han said with a serious expression. Woof woof woof. The big black dog was the first to burst out laughing. Ling Han represented justice? This black-bellied man. It was hilarious. Justice is invincible, Ling Han said again, extremely serious. The second prince was stunned at first, and then almost exploded in anger. Are you kidding me? Justice is invincible? Invincible my ass. If justice was really invincible, then who would still cultivate? But it was really strange. Where was the formation spirit? Why hadn't it reacted? Who was Chen Fengyan's real son? Ling Han laughed heartily as he continued to ravage the second imperial prince. Only when the second imperial prince was almost killed did he stop. He patted the second prince's shoulder and said with a smile, "Remember this lesson. In the future, you must be honest and do your duty. Otherwise, this righteous uncle will still appear and teach you a good lesson." The second prince's face was swollen and bruised, and he could no longer speak. He only had one question in his mind. Was he really Chen Fengyan's biological son? You can't do this to your son. Ling Han left the second prince's residence and headed towards the third prince's residence. The news of him breaking into the second prince's residence and fighting with him spread even faster than him. No one believed it. Firstly, Ling Han did not have the guts to do so. Secondly, he did not have the strength to do so. Thirdly, even if he had the guts and strength, would Chen Fengyan not stop him? What a joke. Who would believe that? Therefore, when Ling Han arrived at the third prince's residence, it was completely unguarded. Ling Han naturally did not hold back. He charged in and forced the third prince out. You! When the third prince saw Ling Han, his face was filled with shock. He could not believe that Ling Han had actually dared to charge into his residence. Ling Han smiled. "Third brother, are you surprised? Are you surprised?" "What a surprise," the third prince said in a low voice. When he saw Ling Han, he knew that the rumors were true. Ling Han was truly audacious. He attacked immediately. Boom! The aura of the immortal path erupted, and he leaped towards Ling Han. His entire body glowed, and he looked like a celestial being. However, in the face of absolute power, what use was that? Bang! Ling Han only punched once, and the third prince was sent flying. He did not even have the strength to fight back. Is my current battle prowess comparable to a Paramount Foundation establishment cultivator? Ling Han rubbed his chin. His accumulation in the mortal realm was too deep. Moreover, the foundation he had built was an imitation of the stone celestial door. Even the heavens and earth could not tolerate it. He had built a human foundation, but it definitely surpassed a heaven foundation. It was even comparable to a Paramount Tao foundation. After beating up the third prince, Ling Han went to the fourth prince's residence. Immediately, the rumor spread again that the third prince had also been beaten up by Ling Han. Following that, the fourth prince was also beaten up badly. When this news also spread, no one thought that it was fake anymore. Where did so many rumors come from? Was Ling Han really going to defy the heavens? The fifth prince, sixth prince, eighth prince, and the others could not escape the fate of being beaten up. It could be said that the top-ranked princes had all fallen. Only the eldest prince and the seventh prince were spared. After all, they were no longer on this celestial body. This made Ling Han feel a little regretful. But it did not matter. He would soon go to the Golden Origin Holy Land. It would not be too late to beat them up then. After suffering so many losses, of course, the princes would not give up. They all asked to see Chen Fengyan, but they did not know where Chen Fengyan was in seclusion. How could they complain about this injustice? They could only beg Empress Ma and the others. Even though these concubines could only see Chen Fengyan once in a while, they could not find him. This matter caused a huge uproar in the imperial court. The old officials were all filled with righteous indignation. They thought that Ling Han had actually dared to beat a prince. Did he still have any regard for the country's laws? All of them petitioned for Ling Han to be severely punished. This formed a unified opinion in the imperial court. But the problem was, who could deal with Ling Han? This person was originally a genius of the imperial capital. Now that he had entered the Foundation Establishment realm, not only was he invincible in the Mortal Foundation Establishment realm, but it seemed that even the Heaven Foundation Establishment realm could not deal with him. The problem was, Where did the imperial capital find an expert who had reached the paramount Dao realm? Those sects? In terms of deterrence, perhaps the reputation of Ling Han and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs was more effective. Thus, as long as Chen Fengyan did not say anything, who could do anything to Ling Han? You're awesome. Shenyuan Dingguo was completely convinced. Ling Han should be the first person to be able to sit still after beating up a prince. Moreover, he did not just beat up one prince, but a whole bunch of them. In this way, who would dare to provoke the Ministry of Foreign Affairs? Ling Han only smiled. He patted Shenyuan Dingguo's shoulder. Work hard on your cultivation, young man. I hope that when I return, you will have broken through to the immortal path. Definitely. Shenyuan Dingguo nodded vigorously. The trivial matters here were basically settled, and Ling Han decided to set off for the Golden Origin Holy Land. As usual, the little girl took out a flying shuttle. She and Ling Han sat on it, while the others, dogs, pigs and so on, entered the Qi cultivation gourd. Set off. Xiao, the flying shuttle pierced through the air and quickly entered the dark universe. After entering the Foundation establishment realm, Ling Han had the ability to fly on artifacts. However, to fly on artifacts, he needed to integrate a portion of his divine sense into the artifact. However, Ling Han still wanted to forge the source gold in the Golden Origin Holy Land, and use the chaotic extreme lightning as a weapon in the future. Wouldn't it be a waste to divide a portion of his divine sense into the artifact now? Thus, he temporarily suppressed the idea of flying on artifacts and decided to forge the source gold first. The little girl started to look for spatial nodes according to the star chart so that she could travel through space. Otherwise, who knew how long it would take to fly from here to the Golden Origin Holy Land? You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.